Hello, ladies and germs. Today we will be reviewing Sandman, the Netflix television series that has been released relatively recently. We are going to be discussing each episode as well as the cast. Please buckle into your seats and become relaxed. My name is Prince Petty. I'm going to play my intro and we can get straight into it. Let me start off by saying this was awful. This show was awful. No, I'm just playing. It was good. I really liked it. So I have a little slideshow that we're gonna go through where we can just review each episode quickly, a quick recap, and then we can give our thoughts at the end. Um, how many times are you going live? Like the Q&A was supposed to be 30 minutes, but the people just kept me there for 2 hours. So but this is supposed to be the only scheduled live for today. Um, and yes, we are reviewing Sandman. Hello, Vitamin, Cantor, Lantonet, and Themis. Um, we should have been reviewing this last week. Let's be honest, but we were strong armed into Lovecraft, which was terrible. So now finally we are giving our love child some attention, some well deserved attention. Lan, if you had anything that you wanted to say before I start.
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay. So we're going to start off with a quick recap of the episodes. Um, the first episode, ladies and germs, Sleep of the Just. So while attempting to apprehend a nightmare known as Corinthian, Morpheus, who's also known as Dream, is captured in an occult ritual by a British aristocrat, Roderick Burgess, and he was attempting to capture Death, but Roderick steals his totems of power, his helm, his pouch of sand, and a ruby, all of which are eventually taken by Roderick's resentful lover, Ethel Cripps, who's pregnant with his child. Morpheus's imprisonment caused like this epidemic of sleepy sickness, which lasts for 106 years. Then, eventually in 2021, Roderick's son Alex is an old man who continues to keep Morpheus imprisoned and is cared for by his partner Paul. After Paul accidentally erases part of the runes keeping Morpheus bound, Morpheus reaches into the dream of one of his guards to destroy his cage, allowing him to escape, condemning Alex to an eternal sleep. Um, I'm not sure if we should do episode by episode discussion or if I should just wait for the end. I think I'm going to wait for the end. Whoever styled him did a good job. This man is just Edward Cullen with extra steps, and you're not going to tell me otherwise. This is Twilight Part 2 in my mind. Um, haven't quite finished it. Oh yeah, no spoilers here. We're not going to spoil. Yes, we are. Don't watch. Go watch the show. Episode 1, I really want to point out that we need to remember Jessamy the Raven. I don't understand why it took 100 years for the Raven to get in the room in the first place, and I don't understand what the goal was with trying to break open the glass. Like, what were you trying to do? Like, it feels like you just threw your life away. I have no idea. Um, hated how this man spoke. Good show though. I actually liked it. It felt like edgy to me. It felt like Batman or somebody, but a cooler version of Batman. Ugh, I gotta break out of this cage. No, or whatever. Land.
Oh, episode 1. I thought the Raven was able to get into to see him many times, but didn't find a way to break him out as yet before his untimely.
What was the goal? Like, why did the Raven not go to? Because apparently the people in the dream world didn't know that this is a plot hole to me. The people in the dream world didn't know what he was doing for this 100 years. They didn't know he was in prison. He came back. A lot of people left because they thought he just abandoned the realm. But what we learned later with Matthew, the new Raven, is that apparently the Raven can go between the dimensions. So why did the Raven not go back and try to alert someone? It seems like at least Death, maybe like someone with some power and authority to do something and help. Um,
Maybe the Raven didn't have the ability to communicate with the other Endless or the siblings. But maybe it's like a loyal dog. Sometimes they'll just sit and outside waiting on their master, or you know, maybe that's what it was. It wasn't like it was. It's not going to leave its master while it's in danger and to just stay there, running back and forth,
mhm.
trying to figure out how to save him himself.
I Let's do plot holes at the end. How about that? Because I feel like this is a like the fact that we have to think about why. Like I guess the Raven doesn't have any. I would have thought at least invulnerability or something. Don't know. Whatever. Let's let's move to the next one. Episode 2. So in episode 2, Morpheus returns to the Dreaming, which is his kingdom and the source of dreams, and there he finds that his palace is in ruins due to his prolonged absence. Morpheus visits Cain and Abel, a pair of dysfunctional brothers, to retrieve their pet gargoyle Gregory, which will restore his power enough to summon the Fates. And Morpheus successfully summons the Fates, who inform him of the whereabouts of his equipment. The pouch of sand is in the possession of exorcist Joanna Constantine. His helm is in the hands of a demon in hell, and the ruby is used by Ethel's son John D. So Morpheus sets off on his quest to retrieve his items with assistance from his new advisor Matthew the Raven. And back in the Dreaming, Morpheus sends a baby gargoyle to Cain and Abel to replace their previous companion. Um, let's do a quick rundown of each episode, then we'll go back and comment on them all. How about that? Oh yeah, this is I found images of what Gregory the Gargoyle is. Um and I felt like this must have been awkward to film. Like, but whatever. Episode 3, Morpheus tracks down Constantine, asking for the return of his pouch. However, Constantine remembers that she left it at her ex-girlfriend's apartment. They team up to track down the girlfriend, whose home has been warped by the abuse of the powder. And Constantine exercises um, to cure the girlfriend of her addiction, but is left distraught when Morpheus is reluctant to put her down. Seeing Constantine's guilt, Morpheus finally agrees to put her ex-girlfriend to rest before departing. Meanwhile, Ethel, whose life has been prolonged by a protection amulet, travels to an institution in Buffalo, New York to visit John, who has a dark obsession with Morpheus's ruby. She passes the protection amulet to John, immediately ages and dies, and John then uses the amulet's power to escape the institution. Um, I feel like I should have more pictures for each episode. Maybe I should have had more, but I don't. I only have one for each. But it is what it is. Episode 4. To retrieve his helm, Morpheus descends into hell, where he meets Lucifer Morningstar, the realm's ruler. He finds the demon with the helm, but in order to get it back, the demon challenges Morpheus to a game of wits. Morpheus chooses to represent himself in the challenge, but the demon chooses Lucifer as his champion. Morpheus eventually wins the challenge by invoking hope, a concept which Lucifer recognizes as unbeatable, and is able to regain the helm. Before he leaves, Lucifer promises to one day kill Morpheus. John is offered assistance by a good Samaritan and retrieves the ruby, but not before Morpheus discovers its whereabouts and the fact that John has altered the item to attune to his own wishes and nobody else's. John passes the protection amulet to his terrified rescuer, deciding that he no longer needs it. Um, I just want to point out, I definitely thought they were going to be throwing hands. I thought this was about to be some action. Um, but I guess the hmm Lucifer is your favorite. Interesting. A non-black woman character. Interesting. I guess the Battle of Wits was cool too. I thought he was gonna say the Big Bang after she said the end of the universe. But he said hope, which I guess is cool. The power of hope and friendship and love. Yeah. Love it. Cool. This felt like it was the second season of the show, like a lot was missing. They jumped into a lot of things without explanation. Yeah, there was some stuff I feel like could have been explained better. I thought this battle was kind of lame. I enjoyed the one thing Sandman gonna do is have some visuals. Um, one thing also Lucifer was a well, I guess ambiguous. I think Lucifer is supposed to be both a man and a woman, but or neither. So I mean, I like the portrayal on that episode. Episode 5, John, now in the possession of the ruby, takes refuge in a local diner. There, he uses the ruby's power to prevent the patrons and staff in the world at large, shown via the television, from being able to lie, eventually driving them to murder each other or commit suicide. Morpheus arrives and transports John to the realm of dreams, where he appears to use the ruby's power to defeat Morpheus. Crushing the ruby in its hand, John exults in his victory before Morpheus reveals himself and tells him that by destroying the ruby, its power was released back into its true master, Morpheus. Taking pity on John, Morpheus returns him to the institution, seemingly in a state of long-term sleep. Elsewhere, Morpheus' sibling Desire plots against him. This episode threw me.
This episode was it. I was tuned in because I told you up till a certain part I wasn't there, and in this episode I was like, what show am I watching?" I was like, "What's
Wait,
going?"
this took you out. Like this felt confusing. This episode,
No, I love this episode.
but
I was
what
like,
you?
"Well, what show?" But it felt like it was a switch.
Oh, like a spinoff or something.
Yeah, I was like, "What show am I watching now?" But I loved it.
I really like this one. I was yes, it was. It did feel like a spinoff largely, but I was liking it. Um, Save that budget, Sandman, and film in the same place. You better. You better. Um, I'm gonna add Vitamin Q to the stream. 5 more episodes to go, and then we can be messy, guys. 5 more. Episode 6. The sound of her wings. Morpheus, now aimless after obtaining his tools, is visited by his sister Death and accompanies her as she escorts the deceased to the afterlife. Death attempts to show Morpheus the possibility of finding purpose and fulfillment in his duties as the ruler of dreaming. In a flashback to the Middle Ages, Morpheus and Death visit a tavern in which they encounter Hob Golding, a commoner who vocally wishes to never die. Death agrees to spare Galding for Gadling, I think Gadling, not Galding, for as long as he wishes. Hob and Morpheus continue to meet each other once every century. Hob maintains that no matter which turn his life takes, he still does not wish for death. And Hob hypothesizes that Morpheus continues to meet with him because he's lonely and friendless, which greatly offends Morpheus. Due to Morpheus's capture by Burgess, he's unable to attend his regular meeting with Hob. When their usual location is sold, Hobbs chooses a new tavern a block away, hoping that Morpheus will find him. The two reunite in the present day. Elsewhere, Desire continues their plans. This was another really good one. I really like this one. Like it was nice.
Yeah,
I like that. I like the whole thing about the friendship, but it wasn't. Hope H just said it. It came up like as soon as I stopped talking. The whole thing's not cohesive, so it was like I felt like I was being jerked around a lot, and I couldn't really connect with anybody. And
In
but I
this
did
episode,
at this point to this episode, yes, it was
oh,
like I'm like I don't know where to stand on any of this. I gotta admit, like for the first maybe like 4 or 5 episodes, I just was like, why am I watching this? I don't understand. I'm not really connecting to anybody, but I did like Lucifer. Well, I like the actress, and I liked seeing her like that. That was good. I agree with you about the visuals. The whole Cain and Abel thing really kind of pissed me off, and I wanted someone to answer for it. Um, I'm trying to recap things I couldn't say because I was doing something else before I could get on. But I
Cain and Abel.
yeah, Cain and Abel like really bothered that. Well, you said we'll talk about stuff overall, but yes, that was
Okay.
like the first recognition of something that really bothered me about this series going forward.
Okay, we'll discuss it at the end. Episode 7. In 2015, Rose Walker and her brother Jed are separated when their parents divorce.
Here's the definition of discuss. Talk about something with another person or group of people.
Wow. Why? Did y'all hear that?
I heard
No.
something, but I
Is
didn't.
that
I
Alexa
couldn't make it out.
or
Um,
Siri?
Alexa over there just started talking and scared me because why did it feel like somebody was talking to me from my bedroom? Um, episode 7. In 2015, Rose Walker and her brother Jed are separated when their parents divorce. In 2021, following the death of both parents, Jed is placed in the foster home system, despite Rose's attempts to locate him and claim legal guardianship. Rose is unknowingly a vortex, a being who naturally attracts and manipulates dreams, and Desire and their twin sister Despair conspire to use Rose against Morpheus. Aware of Rose's nature, Morpheus plans to use her to track 3 errant residents of the Dreaming who are still at large. Rose and her friend Lyda Hall travel to England to meet Unity Kincaid, a wealthy recovered victim of the sleepy sickness. Unity reveals that she's Rose's biological great grandmother, and Unity offers to fund Rose's search for Jed, and Rose and Lita travel to Florida. Unable to locate Jed in either the dreaming or the waking world, Lucien and Morpheus deduce that the rogue dream Galt has severed Jed's consciousness from the dreaming. Rose approaches Lucien and Morpheus in the dreaming for assistance in finding Jed. Meanwhile, the Corinthian hunting for Rose is invited as the guest of honor for a serial killer convention. Okay, I'm going to move to the next one quickly because I want to get through these last 3 so we can be messy.
I'm obsessed with Desire, and that's it.
Desire on the right.
Yes.
His well, there. I think they're there.
There they.
Yeah. So their acting is over the top, but Sandman himself's acting is over the top. Like some of the people's acting seem over the top. Like the proper British thick man in the ending who turns into a green pasture. All of their acting seems like over the top. Like Sandman come in, ugh, I'm Batman, and then this guy come in and he's just super gay, like super gay.
But you know what? Of the 3 people you mentioned, they all felt authentic to me. But I think mostly Desire, and then second would be, what is it called, a Fiddler's Green or something like that. But Desire, first of all, when I first saw Desire, because you know how those show clips and the promos and stuff, and I was like, is that Lady Gaga? And then when I kept watching, when I saw them, I was like, oh, okay. But every time I saw them, I was just extremely, I can't use any other word except like pleasure. I just got so much pleasure out of seeing them. And when they smile and everything, they were just like, I think they might have been my favorite character to watch.
Okay. What did Despair do? She showed up, but what did she contribute to the plan? Nothing.
She's yeah, she doesn't contribute much. I will talk about it at the end. I don't want to go on about these characters too much.
Okay. Episode 8, Playing House. Despite Lucien's protest, Morpheus agrees to help Rose locate Jed. During the day, Rose and the other guests at the bed and breakfast post signs around Cape Kennedy, which attracts the attention of the Corinthian. That night, excuse me, Morpheus and Rose travel through the dreams of the guest, eventually crossing into Jed's dreams, which Galt has manipulated to provide an emotional escape from his abusive foster father. Morpheus rebukes and punishes Galt for stepping outside her duties, though Galt maintains that she disobeyed because she believed it was in Jed's best interest. Meanwhile, Lyda seemingly reunites with her deceased husband Hector in the dreaming. Hector attempts to convince Lyda to stay in the dreaming and have a baby with him, and when Lyda wakes up, she's visibly pregnant. The Corinthian locates Jed and murders his foster parents, kidnapping Jed to lure Rose to the serial killer convention. I did not like Sandman this episode for what he did to Galt, but we can talk about it later. Episode 9, Collectors. Lucien and Matthew deduce that Lyda's pregnancy is the cause of Rose's increasing power, which threatens to break the barriers between the dreaming and the waking world. The Corinthian calls it Rose with Jed, sharing their location at the serial convention, and Rose travels to the hotel to meet them, accompanied by Gilbert, a fellow guest at Hal's B&B, and a self-styled gentleman. Lyda continues to meet Hector in her dreams and finds that her pregnancy is advancing at a rapid rate. Morpheus notices increasing damage to the dreaming, which Lucien attributes to Rose, though Morpheus is unsure of her theory. Morpheus finds Lyta and Hector in the dreaming and realizes that the vortex has allowed Hector's spirit to inhabit the dreaming, in lieu of him passing on to the afterlife. Morpheus banishes Hector from the dreaming and informs Lyta that her unborn child will one day belong to him, as it was conceived in the dreaming. Rose and Gilbert arrive at the hotel in search for Jed. While searching, the Corinthian and Gilbert recognize each other, causing Gilbert to flee to the dreaming, where he's revealed to be a personified Fiddler's Green, one of the other rogue dreaming residents. Gilbert relays the Corinthian and Rose's location to Morpheus. This was an episode. Let's just get through the last one in the bonus episode. Lost Hearts. Morpheus interrupts the Corinthians' keynote speech to the serial killer convention, but the Corinthian shows Morpheus that Rose's power enables him to defend himself against his creator. Morpheus informs Rose of the great danger she poses to the waking world, prompting Rose to temporarily restore the dreaming and allowing Morpheus to unmake the Corinthian. Morpheus punishes the convention attendees with clarity about their crimes, allowing Rose and Jed to leave unharmed. That night, Rose confronts Morpheus in the dreaming, and Rose is ready to sacrifice herself to save her friends and her brother, but Unity joins them in the dreaming and convinces Rose to transfer the vortex into her, allowing Morpheus to end her life. Morpheus realizes that Desire impregnated Unity to pass the vortex to her descendant in an attempt to have Morpheus spill family blood. Morpheus confronts Desire, warning them against their future schemes. Morpheus remakes Galt as a good dream and endeavors to act as a more benevolent ruler of the dreaming. In the waking world, Lyta gives birth to a son and moves with Rose, Jed, and Hal back to New Jersey. And after being reproached by the Dukes of Hell, Lucifer ponders revenge on Morpheus. There were 2 bonus episodes, but I think we're going to do those as standalone. Let's go back through each episode and now discuss them. How are we feeling about episode 1, guys?
Folks, and I don't.
I'll give me a second. I'll talk.
I didn't have any real feeling. He was, first off, his appearance was shocking when they took that thing off. He was butt naked and he was so bony, and that startled me. But as far as, I didn't know that this was based off of a comic, and I didn't find that out until I think I was like more than halfway finished with it. Once I saw that and I saw what he looked like, that's what I meant by they did a good job styling him, because he did look true to the artwork I saw of it. So as someone who does, hair and makeup and aesthetics and stuff, that impressed me. It was weird. I was pissed off. That's the thing. I did see it before Cain and Abel. There were things as far as like the way people were treating each other in this show that really, really bothered me. Like people
In episode 1,
we really got to do this. By you said we could talk about the thing overall once you went through those other contrived explanations of the episodes.
we could do a full review at the end. I'd like to do episode by episode to see if there's.
I'll be honest with you. It was so long ago, I can't remember exactly. I didn't like the way he was treating his son. I didn't like it. I know I wasn't meant to like it, but it was just like extreme. I did like the way he was, him and the groundskeeper loved each other. I wasn't fully sure about that until the end when they actually got together, though. I was kind of like, is this something that was happening? I was like, okay, cool.
Y'all aren't gonna say rest in peace to Justin Be the Raven. Don't nobody care.
That was crazy. That was wild. That bothered me too. Like that little boy's character, because I spent the whole time being so sad. Like, oh, he's being treated so bad. And he really was just like a little, I don't even know what to call it. He was just a punk bitch. Like even after his dad died, he still was just like a punk bitch. Like
Yeah, this I'm very committed. If I was just going off episode 1, if I would watch the series, I probably would have quit. But I'm very committed to finding out what happened in episodes and stuff like that. And so everybody's point about why it felt disconnected, I think it's because sometimes when you read comics, you don't like the character development's not there. So and I know they really took the material, the raw material when they made this TV show. They really draw a lot from it, and maybe that's why it felt disconnected to a lot of people. But episode one, I was sad when the bird died. I was like, oh my god, that was. And the son, the coward of a son,
Mm.
that son. um, yeah, so there was a lot in this episode. I think because the son was a coward. I didn't like him from day one. He was just so afraid of his father, and then of dream that he kept him locked up. I'm not. If he didn't shoot the raven, and I think when he gave Dream that deal, said, "I'll release you if you just leave me and my hubby alone." I think that would have Dream would have agreed to it, but because he killed the raven, Dream,
Mm.
he's the Dream. He's kind of he don't let things go. He holds a lot of grudges. So if he had never shot the raven, they would have been able to go through that deal, and he wouldn't have put him in the endless sleeping nightmare of
Doesn't
a
he say?
coma.
Doesn't he say at some point maybe I should have taken the offer that was given to me by the son? But then he killed my raven in selfishness, like his father, and blah blah blah. I don't know. Like after you kill my raven, I'm sorry, no. Somebody said you're immortal 100 years. Isn't that deep? No, it is. Even if I'm immortal, to sit in the same spot, really, really.
It was deep because he killed his raven, his only friend. I mean, 100 years of
I don't even think that was the. I think he even that he would have forgave if he would have just let him out. Because remember, he was trying to let him out, and then his dad was like, "Don't do it because if you let him out, then he's going to take revenge on us." And that was before he killed the raven. That was when he lost him. I think
It's
like if he
it's
would have just let him out, he would probably would have did. He definitely would have did something to the father, but we would have been. He would have been fine with him. It was the fact that he didn't let him out then, and then on top of that, he killed the raven.
to me.
Yeah, if he wasn't a coward and didn't listen to his father, he would have been fine. But when he came back later with the deal, I was like, you know, this man is not going to take the deal because this is pre-dream, pre-death dream,
And then,
right? Before we meet death and his sister walking through humanity,
and then
he's not forgiven.
not only that, after his father died, he still like it was just like he just was irredeemable. Like any of the, he had at least three chances for him to be like, okay, well, I get that you were abused, and that guy was, what he had three chances to kind of be his own man, and each
Mhm.
time, and the last time was even worse because the last time, like I said, once his dad died, he was in control, and he could have just let him out. You know what I mean? But he still was just like, oh, well, you might kill me. So I think that was really when he lost all chances of respect from Dream, and all chances of being just let go. Because I even think, even though he had killed the bird, like I said, once his dad died, if he would have just let him out, like, look, he was the reason you were kept in here all this time. I'm sorry about your bird. I'm sorry about all of this, but now it's my, I'm in charge. You can go. But he didn't. He left them in there for like another, what, 50, 60 years.
Yeah, he was a whole coward. I hate like he was irredeemable to me. Like, ugh.
To me, it was like that. What is it? It was like that. The last episode, like the bonus episode with the Calliope, the muse. And once she was passed from the old man to the young author, he was like, I'm gonna let you go if you agree to inspire me. And she was like, no, just let me go. I'll inspire you, but let me go first. It's like I see a similarity here in that the son is like, just let me go. I'll let you go if you promise to keep us safe. And it's like, no, let him go because it's wrong to imprison someone. Not, I'm not going to let you go because I fear getting repercussions. That is problematic to me. And I feel like Dream was in the right here to hold his stance. Like, let me go. I feel like if you had to let him go earlier, like y'all are saying, when you were a boy, Actually, I felt like when he was a boy, I feel like Dream was going to mollywop that ass if y'all let him out after you killed his Raven. But if you had to let him go prior, I feel like you could have found some sympathy. But no, you're scared that you'll face repercussion, just like the father. Remember, the father was like, "Talk, say something, and I'll let you out." Like, no, just let him out because that's the right thing to do, not because you're asking for something in exchange or because you're scared you're gonna be killed in your dreams or something.
Well, people keep saying like he was petty, but none of them knew him. That was the thing. Like you could see if they had dealings with this entity, you know, over time outside of this dynamic of him being trapped. And they like, oh yeah, I know him to be pet. They didn't. They just knew they were wrong. And like I said, I know I could see based off of his silent acting when he was in the bubble and the little boy would come and try to like talk to him and he was looking kind of like, look, I'm over it. But then when the boy would say certain things, especially when the boy was reaching out to him and stuff, he was like kind of like sympathetic or what, not even sympathetic, but just he didn't seem like he was concerned about doing anybody any harm. He just wanted to leave. But like I said, I feel like he really lost all hope of mercy from him when it was fully within his own power without anybody being able to say anything to him to let this man out. And he just didn't for 60, 70 years. And did anybody else peep when he wheeled, when his husband wheeled him away? The husband looked at the thing and like, I feel like the husband knew what it had. He didn't do it on purpose per se, but he knew that that was his out and just kind of left and was like, oh, well.
I didn't see that.
I saw
Uh,
it. I know what you're talking about, Bunny.
Yeah, the last time the old son went down there and was like, was saying whatever, and he didn't say nothing. When his husband was wheeling him out, he looked down at the thing on the floor and it was smudged, and it looked like he looked at him like, I ain't even gonna fix it. It's up to you now, bro, and just left.
The cast was broken.
the what was broken?
They part of the way that they were keeping him in there was yellow chalk mark and like a cast. There was some type of cast. When the wheelchair went through it, it broke the cast.
Oh, they had the transmutation circle on them. I know
Yes.
about that a little bit. Okay. Tiff, you had any thoughts on this episode before we get to episode 2?
I'm good. We can move forward.
Overall, I think it was an impressive first episode. And I haven't read the comic, so I had no fucking clue what was going on. But I enjoyed the episode, and I was excited to see what was going on. Oh, I did have issue with that episode, and my issue was the Raven. Like, again, why are you not at this point? We didn't know that the Raven could travel in between dimensions because it's the first episode. But couldn't the Raven have scratched the circle or done? Why are you pecking at this indestructible glass? What are you doing? Scratch the circle up, dude. I don't know. I do not know. I have no idea what.
Maybe the Raven couldn't get in. Well, I don't know. Now I'm theorizing because the father was always hunting the Raven, right? So
Mhm.
maybe this was the first time the Raven was actually able to get into the room. He's been trying, and because the father would be hunting him and trying to kill him for the longest. So maybe this was the first time he was able to get in the room. I don't know. I'm just theorizing here. I don't know.
The first time that he's able to get in the room, why did he not travel to the other dimension to find someone who could get help? Why not go to the dreaming and find help? Get the librarian, get death.
He didn't trust anybody.
The Raven?
No, not Matthew.
No, the first Raven. Just
Mm.
why didn't the Raven, when she got in there, scratch up the circle instead of pecking at the glass? Why didn't the Raven go to the dreaming and get someone to help? It seems like at times they can literally vanish or be walking amongst humans without being seen. So I feel like the Raven could have went and got the librarian. The librarian can just stroll in there, scratch the circle, and let him out.
But didn't he say he did something to upset her?
The librarian?
No, the first Raven. He made a comment like on one of the over, how what do they call a voiceover? And he was like, I know I did something to upset her, but I know that she will help me. I think the Raven was pissed off.
The Raven was what? His what?
Was upset.
I do not remember that. I don't, and I'm no, I don't remember that.
Well, we just watched it this weekend. I take issue with this one, especially. I'm sorry, Lovecraft was better than this, but let's continue.
Blasphemy.
No, the hell it was not. Love,
Blasphemy.
no, mm-mm. It was not. Um, episode 2. How are we feeling? I liked. I particularly liked uh when Cain and Abel killed each other. Well, Cain killed Abel, and then was resurrected later. Because I was like, oh my god, he just killed them. But later we see him come up out the thing. Rest in peace, Gregory the Gargoyle. We miss you. All my niggas miss Gregory. Um, I didn't like. Well, when Dream said, when he said that he was not here to talk to them and ask them about it, right? I have not come to ask you. I have come to ask Gregory. There were ugly tears in my household, and I live alone, so I was. It was emotional for me. I also like the fates in this episode. I like their portrayal. So
Yeah, good. Yeah, it was sad when Gregory. I didn't know him well, but out the had to sacrifice his life and just saw the brothers. I think he kind of helped keep the peace between the brothers as much, so Cain won't kill Abel as much. But I do like how they played that up. The first sin. Well, not the first sin. Well, the first murder and victim role. Also saw this. It's in another show, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the remake, where the aunts, the oldest aunt has the ability to kill the younger aunt, but she'll always come back to life. It's just playing up off of that witchery and stuff. I thought that was very interesting. I know Vitamin had some issues with that, but I thought it was interesting how they played that in the show.
I hated it. I hated everything about that. I didn't like it. I love Gregory, poor baby. He was a sweet baby. They always. I think that. No, I don't think. I know that is my issue with this show. I just have really deep issues with the victimization of innocence, and so mainly when it came to Cain killing Abel and killing him repeatedly, and then he had that whole little dialogue where he was basically like forgiving him and saying, "Oh, well, you can't help it," and it like that really like disturbed me, and I was just like triggered immensely by it. And then that was something that I saw also in the first episode with like how the father was treating the son, and the son was just kind of like, oh, he's a great man and blah blah, like that type of thing is very triggering for me. I hate seeing innocence and blind loyalty, and it's not even just blind loyalty, because I feel like even when you just use the term blind loyalty, you may have someone who's just like from a very powerful position, like a knight or something, that's like, look, it's my oath as a knight to just follow this person and protect this person, and so I'm following that, but it's still a conscious choice and coming from a place of power and like a very adult type of integrity. But it's a difference between that and like a child, like I said, a child like innocence of just, well, I know this person loves me, and I'm just going to trust in that, even though they're abusing me or killing me or something. That type of thing really kind of turns my stomach, and I saw that a lot in this show, so that was a bother to me.
okay, Tiffany.
Okay, the Cain and Abel episode. It was sad. I was so sad for the brother that just kept willingly dying. Didn't feel any kind of compassion for Dream in this one either. R.I.P. Gregory, but they did get the gold one, and I was like, okay, so did the gold uh gargoyle have to die too? Like it was kind of a lot. I don't know how to explain it. it was a lot emotionally watching, I guess, Kane be this, or is it Abel that keeps getting killed? And he's
Yeah,
just like the perfect victim. It's it's weird. It was strange.
I think I feel like um well, number one, I liked Abel telling Irving the story about the Kind brothers and how he's crying a little. Um like Vitamin said, he loves his brother for however abusive he is, and wishes they could be friends and kind to each other, which I think shows his innocence, but also the impact of living with someone constantly abusing you. And they have great chemistry on screen too. Um, did
What is
anyone
what is that called when you fall in love with your captor?
Stockholm syndrome?
That, very much that.
yeah.
So some thoughts. Did anyone like the visuals? Well, I love the visuals in almost every episode, besides this gargoyle, which obviously looked like some of the parts look just very CGI to me. But generally, I like the visuals, especially in the dreams. Like when he's like, "Oh, to summon the fates, you need a crossroad." So I reach down and get the, like. I really like that. Um, how do you guys feel about that?
Top notch.
Yeah, it was beautiful, beautifully done.
Very
Better than
well.
Lovecraft.
Beautiful. Beautiful. No,
Hmm.
both were stunning visually.
Yeah, but one was better. And one was not stunning. And I feel like y'all know which one. Um, the representation of the dreams as dark water was interesting. I thought the 3-in-1 scene, the cast, the invocation. Um, it is. I felt conflicted. I think about the Corinthian because I think it makes sense. He's actively trying to prevent Morpheus from coming back, but is that not detrimental for, well, he's not a real person. I was going to say
Okay,
the nature of serial killers and
okay. So even that, it goes into the bigger picture of um, where I read somewhere because I wanted to know it didn't make sense for him to not want to destroy the Dreamin', but I think Corinthian was also infected by desire, the want to be free, and he was infected for this because we already know the overarching evil person in this world, the bad guy, is desire, right? And from the beginning, this was all a part of Desire's plan. I also think Desire, because Desire is not this good person. He literally is leaving you with a void of always wanting, right? So you can always have desire because if you get what you want, you're never going to desire anything anymore, right? So, and that's what dream represents. Because the dream is the giving of, it gives you what your desire is, like it shows you how to get to your goals in your dreams, right? That's why they hate each other. And so desire was the one who infected the father, desire to want to see his son and to live on because of that after the death of his son, to imprison dream. And then he infected Corinthians as well with the desire to want to live in the human world and cause destruction and that freedom. So that's why Corinthians didn't wanted to destroy Dreamworld because he was chasing that desire.
okay. Any further comments? Episode 2, Sandman. Okay, let's move on to episode 3. Oh, whoops, I forgot that was in there. Episode 3, how do you guys feel? Dream a little dream of me. Constantine was doing some exorcist shit. Finally submitted my paper. Hell yeah. Congratulations.
I like the visuals.
I don't like what they did to this biracial black woman. This biracial woman, excuse me. Excuse me.
I,
How could I? Ooh, a
I
biracial
was
or
about
light
to
skinned
say, I
person.
thought she was really pretty, but that was messed up that she was all crumpled up in the room and stanky and gray.
Like
That was really sad.
you
Fact.
left her, ghosted her, and now you come back and find out that because you left this dangerous thing around her, she then wasted her life away and dreaming about you coming back. Like this was so upsetting to watch. They should have swapped the characters so there would have been a black woman getting reparation from white women, which then I would find okay.
Did I'm interested in hearing what Vitamin's concerns are with the show, but I really struggled with it was a lot of black women that I don't want to say muling, but they were doing a lot of work
Mm.
for people outside of themselves. But we'll press on.
I was like, yo, why she just automatically gonna start kissing on like that? I was like that. What's that thing? She's like, stand up. When she was like, just going to let her in, and they was going to have sex and stuff. At first, I was like, whoa, come on now, girl. But then when I saw the state she was actually in, that made more sense to me, and I was like, okay. But initially, yeah, I was just like, girl, do better.
Um, what was do y'all remember like at the church scene when the man's like barks up a demon? Do y'all remember this? Like, was anyone confused at any point during this episode? I feel like I was confused.
When he barks up the demon, I wasn't confused. I saw that come in.
The girl, so they had a royal, she was a princess or something, she was gonna marry that guy. I think he was supposed to be a footballer, and they were assuming that because it was clearly a bad decision, that it was in the way that the princess was acting, like entitled and rude and all of that or whatever, that she was the one that had the demon in them. But it really turned out to be the guy. And so when Constantine started doing the thing, it destroyed the guy and
The
then got the princess out
incantation.
of it. Yeah, and then was that when yeah, that was when Sandman showed up.
Once the incantation started, that's when the reveal of it really was the man and not the woman, which if you want to take, because I think a lot of this is an allegory to the Bible, and was it Eve that caused the fall or the man? Well, we're looking at the woman like she's the guilty party when indeed it's the man.
Still confused, but okay. Maybe I will rewatch. Maybe I will.
I didn't like Constantine's character.
We're gonna talk about the cast, because why are you talking to Dream like you somebody? Who do you think you are?
But
White woman?
she's what is Brianna of Tarth? What do you mean? Who is she?
Oh, what?
Brianna of Tarth.
I don't care about.
I was so happy to see her from Game of Thrones. I was like, yes, work.
Me too, and she going to be on Wednesday too. I'm feeling it. Get all that money.
Yeah, what?
I don't know none of
get it.
these other shows or movies, so no, I'll take your word. Episode 4. Finally, we get to the spicy things. Androgynous Lucifer and I Am Hope, and the woman with the half burnt face, and the demon. I'm sick of these raggedy demons talking to Dream as if he nobody. Like I did not like the way people referred to this man who's supposed to be a god and just trying to shit on him. Like,
He
why?
was a god that got captured. It's kind of like, oh God, this is a bad joke. Y'all don't kill me. Remember when Trump said he didn't like his heroes that had been captive? Like, essentially, he got capped. You got caught. So some of his power, people questioned it.
I don't think they really mess with him like that anyway, because Lucifer is not one of the endless. Like, Lucifer is literally not one of them. So they're just like, I'm different anyway, so I don't respect y'all, period. And just like when they did the battle, Dream is kind of a hindrance to what it is that Lucifer actually does, which is supposed to be, like you said, basically you're the embodiment of despair. No, not despair, because they literally have despair, but the harbinger of despair and everything. Like when, even if you, now I'm getting into other stuff, Dante's Inferno, it says abandon all hope, all who enter here when they're going into hell. So he's literally the embodiment of hope, and so therefore a natural enemy for her. And I also thought it was interesting. I felt a lot of overlap between this show and Lucifer, the show that was on Fox as well. Because what's his name? Mazikeen. That was the one with the burnt face. When he said Mazikeen, I said, okay.
There's
Yeah.
overlap because it's literally from the same universe. They're all part of the DC universe, so there's going to be overlap. They were trying to not make it too similar by changing who
So
Lucifer is, but they're in the same universe.
Okay,
literally.
that makes sense. I like that.
here's the question: if he was Hope, then why did he get so upset with the black lady later in the scenes that talked about how demons can have dreams still?
Because she's supposed to be a nightmare, right? She was a nightmare. And I think he was just mad at her because she left her post. So he was just, and this
He's
thing,
still an entitled white man.
yeah. Remember, he didn't learn at the end. We see that he remakes her into a dream instead of a nightmare.
Right.
That's when you can see that he's becoming more appreciative of people around him, of things he create. At this point, I think he was still learning, because even when he lashed out at Lucien, his assistant,
the
it was
librarian.
it's his pride and like not realizing how much these dreams mean to him, or these nightmares mean to him. And like I think he was like, that's what I think this first season was about, him learning about to value humanity, value the things he create as well.
Okay.
And I can't help but notice that I saw a lot of overlap in like the stuff that we talk about on Themis' channel and on my channel and everything, when it comes to like men and their behaviors towards women and not wanting to listen and not wanting to accept help gracefully and just being dicks. I saw a lot of that in Dream's arc.
That makes sense now for the muse too.
Who was the woman in the wall?
Oh, that gave him the key? That's just the demon.
His lover.
The woman in his lover. Who was that? Was she expounded upon more?
Not in the show.
Not in the show, but I did read something, because I told you I'm trying to get the comics. I'm really trying to get those comics. She was a queen or some tribe. And then he came down to Earth, and he fell in love with her. And the reason why she's down there is because
wait.
Y'all are going to be upset.
Before you continue, so none of this was said in the show. This is all something you had to go outside and look for.
Yes.
I wasn't purposely looking for it, but then I was like, because I was researching for season 2 and all these other stuff came up, and I found out about the comics, so I learned about it. Yeah, she was just his lover that rejected him, and he couldn't take the rejection, so he cursed her for 10,000 years down there. But let's not talk about men and their ego and rejection.
I did like the way they were focusing. They were making black women like the standard of beauty in this show. I will say, even though they were doing them dirty in other ways, I noticed that a lot of the love interests and things were black women. And even I liked the way when she was looking at him, he looked like a black man. And I was just like, oh, I like that. Like the visuals, I love the visual presentation of this universe. I did enjoy that. It was just like I said, some of the storylines were challenging because of that aspect of taking full advantage of innocence.
Okay. He said this black woman in hell for 10,000 years ain't enough, but 100 years for a white man is just.
That's what I didn't understand
Yeah,
either too. Like, why did she have to get punished for falling in love with him?
And
Then
then
I
the
for
thought
other dude that just
rejecting
kept
him.
coming back every 100 years. Like, what was that about?
he comes back to her every 100 years.
No, it's
No,
on,
I
on
don't think
another
he goes.
episode. There's a character that he promised that something was going to happen, and he came and they went to the same restaurant every 100 years until the restaurant turned into like a different building.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, his friend.
Um.
But why couldn't he give the black lady the same kind of grace, or biracial lady?
Oh,
I
Because
she
thought
he's
the
a
because
man, Tiff. Because
no
he's
no.
a
I thought he was.
man.
I thought he was.
Okay, because
the thing I think you're a mix because there was a bet between him and his sister about the man. So he's just not the even the man that has immortality was a pawn in his game as well. Because he remember when he was going through the past and his sister's like, oh, he's like, I bet he would regret it after 100 years. She's like, you want to see about that? I can make it happen.
so
So
he's Job, sort of.
so
Okay,
yeah, so it's like
okay,
God's playing with humans' lives in the
okay.
end, in a sense. Because even with the lady, he cursed her to damnation because she rejected him. This guy is just a pawn in the game that in the bet he made with his sister, but then later in life he became friends with her. I don't know how the two stories don't. I don't think they are the same, in my opinion. I don't know.
No, I get you. I get it.
Um. So now that apparently the woman who was the black woman in the wall, who he turned into a black man to woo her. Apparently, again, like Lan said, 10,000 years ago, she was a part of this tribe that were the first people, and romance between them and the human and the endless is forbidden. But they still love each other, and eventually, the sun. Let me see. The sun rose the next morning to discover the truth of their forbidden union. As punishment, the sun sent a blazing star, aka a meteor, to burn Nada's kingdom to the ground. So she was going to be punished by the gods and overcome with grief. And in a bid to appease the gods, she threw herself off a cliff. An enraged and heartbroken Morpheus appeared to Nada in the land of the dead and demanded she become his bride in the dreaming or else suffer eternal damnation in hell. She refused. And as we learn in the series, Dream sent her to Lucifer's domain and never forgave her. That seems extremely petty. Marry me or else be in hell forever. No?
No,
Okay.
first of all, you know the rules. I don't.
You
But
know
you
the
still get with
rules.
me, and now all my stuff is messed up. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'm cool on you. I've done enough. I've lost enough. And then you're like, marry me or I'm gonna do more.
It's it's always women who get punished in these stories because even Medusa was punished for being defiled by one of the gods. I forgot which one defiled her. 'Cause, she was just a most beautiful woman in the world, and she was serving um, God of the Earth. I can't remember her name now.
Medusa,
And hmm?
Medusa.
No, the god that she served, who's
Oh,
God
okay.
of the Earth. I forgot her name. The God of the Earth, goddess of the Earth, right?
Persephone's.
No,
No,
it wasn't
that's goddess
Persephone.
of the
I can't
underworld.
remember which one it was. I want. Was it? It wasn't Hera. Or
Aphrodite?
was
Not
it?
Aphrodite. That's love.
Aphrodite's love.
What? She's goddess of the Earth, Zeus's bride, and
Oh, Hefina.
yeah. So I guess when, Zeus or one of the gods defiled her and took her virginity and she went to pray under this goddesses and, beg for forgiveness and she saw her and instead of being mad at the man, she's mad at her for what happened to her and that's why she turned her into the one with the snake heads, Medusa. That's when she got turned into Medusa. So I'm like, ew, why are we punishing women for what men do? And it's the same thing here.
The entire show, I was just like, is one man going to like anybody? Because when I say this, it had me in my feelings because it was a good show, but I hate the word muling, but it just seemed like it was a lot of muling. It was a lot of labor being done by women and specifically black women.
Um, I didn't like Matthew in this.
Hmm?
The Raven, the new Raven.
Oh, mm.
I understand he's a plot device to ask questions that the audience has, but he felt annoying. It was just annoying to me. I also enjoyed the rap battle in hell. Um, I like that the fighters could feel the attacks of the things that they conjured up. Um, it seems like there are two effects to the game. One, the opponent will feel the conjured thing, which is good. These are supernatural godlike beings who can just shrug off the big chill or the big crunch. And second, you have to be powerful enough to conjure the thing, it seems like, which matches very well with Dream and Lucifer. Lucifer's conjurations are world ending, galaxy levels of power and destruction, which ties in with her or him, it being the morning star. And then Dream is all about creation and imagination and giving life to the void, which is what dreams are. So nice little episode. Um, episode 5. Did anyone else have anything before I move?
Adrian, who told you that? Everything I ever saw was a punishment. That's it. And I don't see how that would be something that any conscious being would think is a good thing.
Wait, what?
Adrian was saying that some people say that Medusa wasn't punished, but she was gifted her abilities in order to protect herself. And
I thought one of the series I read or the book I read, she came to Athena. They said it was Athena's, because Athena is the goddess of chastity, and she's like, you disgust me, and she was disgusted by her, and she turned her into Medusa. How's that and a reward?
It's not supposed to be a reward. I don't think it's supposed to be protection. As in, now the men who come to try to take you won't do it anymore. You can argue that the mythos is poor, which I think, and it's tragic for her. I think it's meant to be tragic.
that's
She
what I'm
was
saying, because it's not like it's like, oh, she couldn't even have friends. Like, she was cursed to be by herself because anybody that looked at her was turned to stone, not just men. Anybody that got close were turned to stone. So she was like punished to be alone forever. She said she was disgusted at Poseidon not Medusa. That's a weird way of showing. Everything I ever heard was, well, everything I ever read about it was skewed toward the viewpoint that the punishment fell on Medusa because they couldn't do nothing to Poseidon anyway. To be quite honest. So all those things, even not just that one, if you look at all those like those tales, they were always doing stuff to humans that they couldn't really do because they couldn't really do anything to the gods involved.
Can I just say I love the fact that we have all these Black people just nerding out over like Greek history. That's just, my heart is warm.
First of all, we call it blurting around here. Second of all,
Blurred,
my,
yes.
my Greek history goes as far back as Percy Jackson, the Lightning Thief, and that's it. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'm uncultured. It's fine. Punished after being arped because her chastity was taken. Um, Again, I don't feel like it was meant to be a punishment, but I do think it was meant to be tragic. Um, but I don't think it was. Let me see. What did Adrian say? A gift or something? No, that's not what I'd call it. Um, Episode 5. Look, the way these people are, everybody was having like in this series, not just this episode, everybody was having sex with everybody. It seemed like, I don't know, maybe I was looking into it too much. I felt like there was a lot of sex.
I felt like I took ecstasy when this episode
It
came
was a
out.
lot. It was
Unnecessary.
it was like, and who's partnered with who? Oh, this person is with that. Oh, okay. Word.
I don't
It
like
was
what happened to these people. I don't like the man who was manipulating them in the first place. Like, can you get your ugly ass on somewhere? I'm gonna reveal the truth to the world. Shut up. Nobody
Oh,
likes
you
you.
skipped completely over him kidnapping that lady that was trying to. That's what I'm. Yes, that too. Thank you for.
Oh,
The black
Ah,
lady that was trying to
yes,
be
like it
kind
was
to
that
him.
energy I couldn't take. I did appreciate though that he didn't do anything to her because he was like, "You're a good woman." Yeah, I guess
Do you
I
lie?
recognize. You said
Do you
what?
lie? Do you lie? Do
Do I
you lie?
lie?
No, that's what he would ask people to bait them to get the emerald to work. Do you lie?
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, like it was just so much of that. I just was like too much, and then by the time this happened, I was just like, okay, I was ready to give up. Like I was over it.
um, the black woman acting in his acting, I think was very good because I was scared for her in that car. I was scared for
Um,
her in that gas station. I was scared for her after the gas station when she got back in the car. I mm,
I kept
she was
skipping
just
over
trying
or
to
like
be.
fast forwarding through those parts because I was just so scared he was going to do something to her, and I couldn't take it. So I was relieved when he let her go and gave her the amulet at the end.
She was just trying to be a good person, and
But think
this.
about that, and I hate to. I'm sorry, Lim, to overjump you. But think about how many times we've heard that story of the black woman trying to help somebody out, and something horrible has happened to her. So when it happened, I was just like, "Oh my God, please, no trauma porn, please, let's not with her, anybody but her."
uh, there was
I
only.
do.
Hmm.
I do want to touch on, even though we all know this scene was, but I like this episode. But I like the dynamics they did display. I did like how the guy was the trophy husband and how she was literally controlling every movement of him, control even down to his diet. Because we always see the reverse in TV shows. So I like that they did that, that she was the power. And it does so that no matter who is more powerful and who controls the money, um, can wield it, whether it's a man or a woman.
Now, Lim, can we go even deeper? Can we say perhaps because she was a preference, she had that kind of power?
Oh,
Hmm.
we can.
Hmm.
Because
Because
even
that's what I saw. I saw the preference. I was like, oh, the preference is mistreating you.
You
Isn't
saying the
this
black man wouldn't
interesting?
have let it? I feel like if it was a black woman, first of all, I feel like the reception from there would be critique from black men saying, "Why would you portray?" Or no, there would be like black men saying, "See, this is what black women do to us." But because it was an Asian woman, there was not uproar about her doing this in this show. Maybe that's a leap.
Because she's a
preference.
preference.
And yeah, but like I said, even within that, cause she was just wielding her power. Because even like we've heard stories of these powerful white men and head of these companies who misuse their power. Like, if you want that promotion, this is something you got to do. And we saw how she was wielding her power. This guy it looked like he was desperate for this job
Yeah, but
as
don't
well.
forget on top of on top of that guy, but I'm talking about the black guy now. Don't forget where he basically was saying like, "Oh yeah, she do what she do within the relationship, but I step out and I do basically like I pass it on to other people. Like I do really ridiculously lascivious things when I do get a chance to get away from her." And it's just like, dude, just leave. Like go get a
Deviant.
job and just leave.
He was the deviant, kept black man that was
So he's
watching
just
somebody be
as
replaced.
yeah, he was just as bad as her, and like I was like, ew, you're just as bad as her. And it does reflect on our society if you really think about it. We always say that they are oppressed and they take out their oppression on someone more oppressed than them, which is us. And it's the same thing he's doing. He's being oppressed by this preference. So he takes his oppression out and oppress other people
He
that he
he
has wield more power over,
he
which is
violated
exactly what we have
somebody else.
going on now.
Yes, he violated somebody else. And his anger of being a kept man, he still violated his whatever his vows, and then violated other people. So it was just like, ooh, this is real, this is uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I bet he probably reeled his victimhood like, but she's so evil to me, and this woman does this while you're punching down and beating on somebody else and violating other people. Like, do you even have room to complain anymore if you're also doing the same thing?
Don't nobody care about the PDF file.
He wasn't a PDF file. The boy was in college. He was like 20 something. She said, because I was on that too. I was like, excuse me, but then he was like, he's 20. I forget how old he was.
It still seemed
It was,
predatory
yeah.
to me.
It was.
I,
I
I
mean, if
It
the
was
boy was
predatory.
gay,
But it wasn't the point of the predatory was she represents what white men have the power to do. So even if as a quote unquote person of color with the right amount of money, you can behave like a white man. I've had my fun with this Negro. I've done what I've done. I want something young and fresh. He literally said, "Oh, she's interviewing my replacement right now." And that happens in a lot of relationships to where the person gets older and she's tired of it, and hey, I done had a good run with you, out to pasture, come on young fella, let me see what we gonna do. And he was quite ready to be trained, and I don't think anyone would say anything if it was a man and a woman. We would have not even blinked an eye.
I
This,
would.
you call an older
I
dude
don't
that
like.
likes younger folks a cougar. Like at best you
Nope. No,
call an
I
old
don't.
man a sugar
That
daddy.
seems predatory to me.
wait, are we talking about the cook
I
or are we
thought
talking about the lady?
the
I,
cook. I thought we were talking about the cook.
I was talking about the cook. Tiff's talking about the lady.
Oh,
Yeah, we were
I was
talking
talking
about the
about the
cook,
lady
the
with the
one that
young
the
with the young
waitress
baby.
wanted to get with, but he was actually getting with the son.
They both
you
seem
should
Oh,
have seen.
predatory.
oh yeah.
I didn't read it like that. I felt bad for her, but I read it like her son was probably secretly gay the whole time, and he started hooking up with the son behind her back, and she just wanted to get with him because he,
No.
Right.
How about, let me put it like this. When the line that he said was, when the amulet's making them tell the truth, and she's like, you don't want to sleep with me? Like, why don't you touch me? And he was like, to be honest, right when I put you to sleep, I go up to your son's bedroom and have my way with him. Like, the way he said it made me feel like it was an underage boy up there, even though
Yeah.
she revealed
I
later.
didn't like the way he said it, but she was. But they
But
mentioned, they made sure to put in there. He was like, he's 20, whatever. He's 20 something.
and sometimes I let him have my way, his way with me.
Yeah, like they were just messing around together. I didn't read it like that.
I just want to know how long though, because how long has this they've been having these dinners? Was it before he was? And even if 21, I'm like,
Her husband just at the house, like, all right, y'all have a good time downstairs. Let me turn the lights out for it. What? Hold up. What's going on with? Because isn't she
What?
married?
Who husband? What?
Her. Isn't she married?
No, she's
No,
no.
alone. She's a single woman, a single mother, and
She
she
is
thought he
married.
was coming over, or she was inviting him over because she was interested in him, and he was messing around with her son because he's gay. And
She's
like, and
married.
I
She was when she was talking to him, she was like, after my husband goes upstairs and it's just me and you downstairs, why don't we do anything together?
no, her son. She said after he
Oh,
goes upstairs, she's talking about her son. Like they all would have dinner. She was thinking that she could get with him, and she was like, "My son likes you when you come around. He likes to hang with you." And so, you get what I'm saying? She was thinking he could be her boyfriend, and I
okay.
really felt bad for her. And I know that
He
I
was.
felt bad for her because like it was just so embarrassing the way he said it. But that was because of the Ruby. Like I feel like that's why he was being so gruff with her before because he didn't want to be leading her on person, or he didn't want to feel like he was leading her on. He liked the son and he was hanging out with her. He was like, basically, I don't mind hanging out with you, stepmom or
I,
mom in law,
I
but
understand. I
I'm
watched
not
it.
here for you.
I just had a misconception. I thought her son. Okay, I thought I heard her say, "My husband really enjoys when you come over." Like I thought she was like slighting her husband because she's sleeping behind his
She
back, but
probably just
apparently it was
used
his
his
son.
name, but she was talking about her son because she mentioned his name. Other people asked about it. She was like, I'm glad he's home from school or whatever, but she really wasn't. He was
Okay.
getting on her nerves a little bit.
It was so cringe. But this whole episode was cringe. So
But I'm not
it's
gonna
really
let you do what was his name?
it
Murph
was
or whatever his name is. I'm not gonna let you do him like that. They were in a
it was
relationship, a
it was
consensual
cringe.
relationship.
It was cringe. I'm with Lim. This one was, it was difficult.
Ah, I don't like it. Nobody who deserved what they got. Did any of them?
Um, who
Did
all of
anybody
them
get what they
killed
deserved?
themselves, right?
I was
Nobody deserved it.
okay. Even
At
though
most, at best, the interracial couple needed to break up. The the waitress and the girl should have just hooked up, and that would have been fine. The boy should have went to his interview when he was supposed to go to his interview, and I don't know what should have happened with old buddy. I guess they could have just gone on messing around in secret. I don't.
Wasn't the wasn't a lesbian girl? Wasn't she abusive to her girlfriend that wasn't around?
Yeah,
She
she hit
did
her.
hit her. She said she hit her. That was the first time they hit her. But it sounded like the girl had. I don't. It sounded like they didn't need to be in that relationship at all. Like, and I've heard that before too. That like lesbian couples wind up fist fighting and stuff. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't like these people. I don't like none of them. I well, okay. I enjoyed the sex scene. I'll give it that.
We know how you feel about
Um,
OnlyFans and Pornhub exclusive, so I've heard.
Hmm.
it was like
Wait,
ecstasy.
what?
I feel like I'd taken drugs that I never took when this episode came on. I felt like it came out of nowhere for me,
It
and I
was
just felt like
odd.
did I eat something bad? What's going on here? I felt like I think that's the feeling of the episode was like
Okay.
pulling you in as well. Like you're
Okay.
high.
Yeah, I really was ready to give up because, like I said, I'd already seen those things that made me so
Yeah.
triggered before. And then when this happened, I was like, okay, if this is the road it's going down, I don't want to watch this, And it just got worse and worse and worse and worse.
Facts.
Um, I was yeah, the part where they start killing themselves. I
That
didn't
was
like.
so weird.
I assume they couldn't handle the truth. Um,
Hmm.
so that's that's what I'm gonna give that episode. Episode 6.
Oh, this was when Dream made them see what was really going on.
I think this episode was needed right after episode 5 because this episode, even though you were seeing them taking, it still gives me hope. It's like this light feeling of hope, and I don't
My
know. That's
good
what I
sis
felt.
looks so good. Look at her. Look at her
I mean
skin.
that melanin is popping, but again, here we got a black lady doing all the labor. But I thought it was beautiful once we realized that she was death. It was a very interesting way to portray death.
I
That's
liked
his
it.
sister.
I'm as soon as she get up. Oh, she told the little boy she would meet him later, and she did. But as soon as she get up with the old man after he
Franklin.
says his when he says his prayer, and he's sitting in the chair while standing up, I already knew it was gonna be a absolute banger.
I
Uh,
realized, I realized she was death when she told the other guy she will see him later. I was like, oh,
I
Franklin.
didn't.
she's coming back for him.
She said, "Oh, hey
She's finished.
Franklin, I'll see you later."
Yeah, I was like, oh, she's death. That's when I realized.
I thought she was just a super person like him, and then I found out she was death, of course, when they're reaping people. And then this is also the episode, guys, where um, he and the guy meet every 100 years, which I thought was excellent as well. Really loved it.
But did you catch too that he told her like that they were trying, the dude was trying to actually get her, and she's like, I know. And I kind of had an appreciation for the fact that he didn't capture her because I feel like it probably would have been worse with her looking all good like that.
Yeah, I mean, she sis walked through the town, muscles popping, lipstick banging, natural hair flowing, and just looking at people like, I know, it's okay. Come on, let's go. I was just like,
Yeah, so
wow,
comforting.
this is so comforting. Like if it was the I will say as a person that's been like grieving a close loss, it was refreshing to see that. Like maybe it was this
And
peaceful, maybe it was something like this. I would like to believe that it was this.
what I find very interesting is how these characters, he's supposed to be dream, dream, hope, gives you happiness, feelings of everything can go well. But his character is so dreadful. Like his whole character, he's not the nice. He's like he has no faith in humanity. He doesn't value anything. And in her death, the end of everything. But she's so happy. She's so light. You know, when she comes to get you, she gives you the feeling of okay, I feel good. I feel comforted. I'm ready.
That's
It's the
oxymoronic. Hope is grim and death is light. That's interesting.
yeah. That's why I found that very interesting.
Somebody said it was given magical Negro a little bit. I mean, but I think throughout the whole series, it was the black women leading him the way, all the way to the librarian, leading him to the way. But
If she was
right.
white, would anybody say it was giving magical cracker? I don't feel like it.
That's what
No,
I'm saying. Like, I feel like that's just the character
that's
inherently.
that's a character because even in the comics, that's how she is portrayed in the
She
in
is
the
a black
comics.
woman.
But she's not a
No,
black woman in the
I don't
comics.
think.
She's
She's
I
not a
don't
white in the
think.
black woman, but
comics.
the personality
The
is that
personality is the same.
personality.
Mhm.
And the reasoning, like she explained, even when she was going through talking about her experience, she wasn't always like that. She was just, at first, she was just kind of like, come on, y'all. And then she said she had to kind of sit back and realize that she's there to serve them. And their need for her is compassion, and this is scary for them. The endless live endlessly, but they need someone to be kind to them in that scary moment, and she recognized what her purpose was.
Yeah.
Um, I
I
I
love her. Somebody said she's a good actress. I loved her ever since The Good Place.
I thought she was in the good place.
Yeah, when Chidi got with her.
Don't
Hmm.
spoil, please.
You never
What
why did you add? I
season?
thought you
What
watched it
season?
and you just didn't remember. All right.
I
Because
finished
she was in.
8 episodes last year. Then I stopped. It was a little slow.
I love The Good Place. We should review that at some point in the
Yes,
future.
I concur.
I
Y'all
haven't
know we are
finished
not
it
doing
yet.
reviews anymore.
Who said that? Why we not doing reviews
I
anymore?
did say that.
I
I
don't have
did.
time to watch TV.
Blaspheme.
Look, True Mystique have a whole channel that she has just revived and decided to come back and bless us with, where
But
we
we
can
like
go and do.
hanging with you.
I'm gonna be over there twerking.
That made me sad.
Are
They're
you
going to
being
be
facetious?
no. So my last live stream, we discussed. Let me do this in the after show. Actually, let's discuss in the after show. Let's finish going through these. But no, to summarize, no, I will not be doing that moving forward.
As a no reviews ever?
Yes, I mean maybe they'll be scattered throughout, but a planned weekly review, no.
What about monthly?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about it in the after show.
Okay. Um, did anyone have any comments on Robert Gatling? That's the man for every 100 years. I like this optimistic take on eternal life, even when he's like down on his luck. And Dream is like, "Oh, you ready to die, huh?" He's like, "Hell no. Who said that?" Um,
I
yeah.
like that. I like that storyline. I didn't like him being a dickhead and treating him so mean when he said we're friends. He's like, I don't have to be like that. He was irritating. He really was irritating.
Chica, we're gonna do episode 11 at the very end.
Yeah. I felt like even this whole episode is when Dream, you see a shift in his personality and his value of people. So this is where it starts. Just reflecting on his really, because even at the end when he starts, he accepts that friend. He accepts the friendship with the mortal. Because before, remember, he thinks he's better than everybody. He's a god, or whatever, or endless. He's this being of everything. He's a god. And he's all powerful. How dare a mortal think he's my friend or her? Or he doesn't value humans. So I literally do appreciate this episode. It is the start of his switch and see him become more accepting, more kind to everyone around him, and more appreciative of those that love him. So I do appreciate, and I did appreciate them showing the growth in the 100 years. I really thought that guy would say, "Yeah, I'm gonna die now," after he was down on his luck.
Um, do y'all remember when Burgess dies in front of Dream on episode 1? Why did Death not appear there and see him captive?
Who?
In episode 1, the old man who imprisons Dream, he dies in front of the chamber, but Death does not
She
appear.
he died in front of the chamber. Oh,
When Death is in the spear, when he's in this thing, and the man dies in front of him, in front of his son, and hits his
Oh,
head. Why did
somebody in the
Death not? Hmm?
somebody says he didn't like want help from his siblings.
But wouldn't she still have to appear there?
I don't know. Maybe she already took his soul. I don't
well,
know.
to be fair, you didn't necessarily see her like when the person died. It was just like because even when the guy died for when he got hit at the end and he just came back and was talking to her, she's like, yeah, let me show you something. And then somebody, oh yeah, when the guy drowned and they were standing there on the grass talking, and then she's like, yeah, you gotta come with me. Like she wasn't always there at the moment they particularly died. She just kind of like met him, was like, all right, let's go.
Okay. I also think it has to do with him being very prideful.
Or maybe she couldn't also see. I don't know. Maybe she didn't see him because maybe it's some of the effects of the magical glass he was in.
I
I
think
don't know.
I think in the comics it's explained based on a synopsis I review. I haven't read the comics that even if it's theorized that she appeared briefly in front of him to take the soul, but generally as we see later in the series, they don't mess with each other's affairs unless somebody asks for help, and he's very prideful as we see.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my theory. She just didn't do anything because he's too prideful to ask for help. Um, she can't be there for everyone. I thought she said she could be there for everybody. I assume she's omnipresent since hundreds of thousands of people dying every day, and this is just us seeing a physical manifestation of what I assume is omnipresence. Don't know. Would have loved some flashbacks of Death, older attitude. If the episode started with that, have her transformed and then met back with Dream.
I think I get what Hope is saying, and it's like because I eventually found out it was a comic and I saw that backstory, I have, I guess, more compassion for it. Because if you just took it as is, it does just look like she's a magical Negro. But it's like if even if she was a white character, like it wasn't written for her because she was you know what I mean? Like the Legend of Bagger Vance with Will Smith. That was always going to be a black man doing that. Or you know what I mean? But in this case, this character would have been doing it whether it was an Indian woman, an Asian woman, or something, like it still would have played out this same way. So that's why I personally don't look at it like that.
Okay. Reminder that the man was a slave owner for a short time. It's implied.
No, they straight up said it.
Oh, we got this great new thing, right? Okay, so we ship these guys. Like, wait, what?
And I like how Dream got with him and was like, why would you do that? Like, you of all people, why would you think that's okay?
So episode 7 and 8. Let's do episode 7 and 8 together since they were kind of episode kind of like 7, 8, 9, 10. All I feel like are kind of together. Do you guys want to do these together?
That's fine.
Okay. Episode 7, 8, 9, 10. That's where we're introduced to um, Jed and Rose and Unity and the Killers. That is where all of this is going on. in
I might
episode.
show my age, but every time I saw Unity come up on the screen, like even in the beginning when she just was, they were showing the sleepy sickness. Every time somebody said Unity in my brain, I kept saying Unity, like
Yes,
Dave Chappelle did on
yes.
Chappelle's
You
show.
gotta, but you gotta wave your hand too. Unity, Rick
I
James.
I don't know what y'all talk about.
I know that.
What? Wow.
I'm a
don't
young
really watch
lad.
Dave Chappelle, so I don't know about that.
I saw the Rick James bit. That's all.
Did you see
And
the one where
nope.
Charlie, where he punched Charlie Murphy?
I saw the Rick James bit. That's all.
No, I'm saying the Rick James when there was a couple of them, and it was one where he punched Rick James when he punched Charlie Murphy in the face, and he had a ring on that said Unity, and he made an imprint on his face that said Unity. He was like Unity.
No.
Don't know what they're talking about.
I saw him on this man couch with some boots on. That's all. Um,
Yeah, this was incredible. Even the ending, um, I was like, oh my God. Because, in this world, the siblings and Lesses, they can't, the rule is you can't spill anybody, their blood, right? So, like, for Desire to set this trap to somehow get Dream to lose all his powers so he can kill him was immaculate. Desire is evil personified. Even though he's Desire, he's evil.
Did you see where he actually set up that thing with him and what's her name, Nava too? That was him too.
Naba.
The black woman that was in hell.
Oh,
He had something to do with that too.
I did not
Yes.
know that.
Desire's been after his friend. He wants to defeat Dream. So it's kind of cool to know that if Dream had killed Rose, then he would have lost all his ability because Rose is his niece or his
They did not.
grandniece.
They did not establish well enough in the show for me that if he killed his sibling, then he will lose his power.
It was like an afterthought, like the way they put. Like if I hadn't found the lore before finishing it, I'd have just been like, "What? What's going on?" With a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but like even then, I thought that it was crazy that he created the vortex to destroy when he did, but I didn't know like it was that deep. I thought he just hated his brother and just wanted to play with him. I didn't think he hated his brother where he's trying to destroy him.
Yeah,
I was like, "Ooh." But Despair also hates Dream because both of them are like quite the opposite. And I did find out that that's not the real Despair. The real Despair is already dead, and that's just like a totem of her.
I didn't know that. Where y'all finding this out?
I told
YouTube.
you, comic stuff and comic lore. Like, it
Like,
went right down into DC comic lore of the Endless.
I hope it's a season 2 to clarify. Like, why'd you try to make me feel family blood? And that's one line in this entire 10 hours of content that I watched to give. Okay.
Desire smile is everything. I was every time I saw that character, I was just delighted.
The
What about
smile.
his smile?
The
Do
smile
you
was
like his?
smiling.
Oh,
The smile was smiling. It was giving, and the lipstick was popping.
Everything it was that was a visually sumptuous experience to see that person and like I liked I liked Lucifer like for the same reason. They were really good to really pleasing to look at as well. I like Gwendolyn Christie and like her skin was doing whoever was doing the hair and the makeup and the styling on this show. I just keep giving them tens on tens on tens. But that particular character, like every time I saw it inside, I was just like, ooh, and in not a sexual way, just a pleasure. It was just pure, unadulterated pleasure, not sexual.
Forget desire. I want justice for
so
Galt. That's all.
You said what?
Justice for Galt.
huh?
Oh my god, I loved her.
She came back. She got her wing. when she was even pretty and fly.
Yeah.
And she got with him too. She was like, "Look, I ain't scared of you. I don't care what you say. You're wrong. I'll go to the dark place or whatever, but you're wrong.
What?
Good
The way she
day."
spoke about her chest. Like Corinthian been snacking on human eyeball for centuries, and Galt just didn't want to be a nightmare and help a kid being abused.
Okay, how about that? Like, God was just straight up like, "Look, I'm not scary. I don't feel like a scary thing. I'm a dream. I'm a dream. I'm a
But
dream."
then she gets her wish at the end, and he remakes her into a dream instead of a nightmare. And
I saw that, and I was happy about like when that ending or that ending to that storyline. I appreciated, and I did appreciate. He started kind of coming around. I love the way, um, what's his name, the librarian was just like, "Oh, he don't want my help. Okay, cool, 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 cool." And everybody kept coming like, "Come help me!" Like, "Oh no, our king said he don't need me, so I don't know why you here. Not me, not me."
right, the convention. What y'all thought about the serial
The serial killer,
the
and
serial
it was
convention?
spelled
Oh
like
my
cereal. The
god.
the one guy that was talking about, I guess, going to the amusement park and the kids and stuff. I was so afraid for that little black boy. I don't know what to do. Like in my heart, like the first time we saw him and he was the Sandman and he had his little costume on, I was just like, "Oh, this is adorable. This is cute." But this scene right here, I was just like, "Oh no, you're in danger, girl. You are
He
in
pissed me
danger."
off. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was with him and I was feeling bad. I was really mad about the people. Like, I had more questions about that. The people that had adopted him, like they were like, "Oh, they were friends of his family." Like, did they really know his father? I don't know. And then like I didn't. I needed more of a payoff with that because that man was really like being crazy and the wife was just letting it happen. Like, it was really pissing me off. But then he goes to the hotel after being through all of that trauma. He goes to the hotel. The man says stay in the room. He's like, "No, I'm gonna run around." Like, no, see, no, I don't.
Like
What kid listen when others say stay here.
a black
Don't
kid,
go to the
A black
serial
kid,
convention.
a
The
black
serial
kid that was
convention.
abused and all of that. Yeah, no, it
Lamb
was
B.
giving. It was giving little Timmy. It wasn't giving real. He's like, "Oh, I got a fluffy robe and cable and chicken fingers and stuff. I'ma chill. My sister coming. I'ma chill."
Lamb B, you're telling me, as a black child, you have never went into a grocery store with your mother. Pause. Before you even get into the grocery store, she stand you outside and grab you by the shoulder, look you in your eyes, and pinch her lips and say, "You better not look at a damn thing." What are you talking about? What black child wouldn't go out there and explore? A black one? What do you
I
mean?
never had that experience. My mom never had to tell me to behave myself when I go into the store. I've never had that.
But were you running around and acting crazy?
No, I was helping her pick out groceries.
That's what I'm saying. You had sense. For
No,
him to just straight up be like, after going through all of that and having this man take you across country, you supposed to be meeting your sister, your dad kidnapped. Well, he didn't kidnap her, but you know what I mean. Like, he been through too much to be conducting himself the way he was conducting himself.
but maybe because we had the galt. The nightmare was helping
You
keeping
know
him
what?
happy
You
while he
right.
was in an abusive situation. So she was like kind of giving him a delirious view of the real world. That was his safe place. So maybe that kind of spared some of his innocent childlikeness that would have been disappeared if he, from all that abuse. So he had a safe place. So, like how people create multiple different personalities to deal with that abuse. So the real person doesn't feel it.
Look, and watch me be totally nerdy because the other person that she reminded me of, Steven Universe, is her name Ruby? What's the
Yeah.
Garnet.
Garnet? It gave me
Garnet.
Garnet.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
I know when they first showed her and they came up on, I was like, ooh, like again, visually stunning. What's that?
A bougie
I was
bell.
like, ooh, from the moment it set on her cornrows and everything, and she looked like the universe, and I was just like, what is this? And then she turned into the mom, and I was watching. I was just like, oh, she's protected. Like, I loved her character.
When
I
it was
really
like
did.
Garnet, it was a bit like Hippolyta I am. It was just giving very much divine mother of the universe. I love the
Yeah.
artwork. I loved her. Somebody said, "Come through with the Steven universe." Yeah, like we blurred for real over here. But it was like all of the sci-fi's, all of Mother, or like
You
even if
sound a
you
little
think
far
about.
away, Tiff.
I'm sorry. I'll go back. Sorry, my phone won't let me be great.
Mhm.
It just shed some light on the foster care system in here. I'm like, you're telling me it looked like the case manager has not visited a child to make sure she was keeping up with her duties, to make sure that he's safe and in a good environment, and then preventing the sister from going to visit. I thought that was just rude. I was the only time I was on the Corinthian side was when he took the parents out, and I was like, yay! But I don't like you still. But I'm kind of not mad that you took the parents out.
The caseworker annoyed me. Um, what are you? Don't do they never talk to the child alone? Like, hey, let me talk to the father alone, the mother alone, the child alone. Like how police do interrogation. They don't just put everybody in a room where we can all corroborate. No, like let me see what each person is saying to make sure they corroborate. Um, when they found the way the dad talk about it was real stealthy how you snuck the note in her. Oh man, oh that had me messed up. I was worried for this little boy, but how the dad got that note out the person, right? Like, is he magic? Hmm. What? Anyway, it wasn't. I mean, obviously, it gave what it needed to give. If I feel a type of way about it, this guy looks exactly what you would expect Funland to look like. Um, this also the episode where the pregnant lady who got pregnant from a dream starts like trying to stay in the dream.
She kind of irritated me. We didn't really talk too much about her, but her character was a little bit annoying. Not because she went through a loss or whatever, but it was just like, I mean, I guess that was the only way to introduce her storyline. But she was just, I don't know, something about her bothered me.
Stay bothered. She it was teetering. It was teetering on insanity, but I guess some people are just desperate for a second chance with someone who has died. Um, and then love factors in now, and then the shot at a new life in a new world. It's really easy to get lost in the dream with logic and reason just leaving. So it's insane, but from her perspective, it probably makes sense. Um, Not everybody gets to live their dream life, and here she is with it. And you're saying, no, come back to reality. Why?
No, it wasn't even that. Like, I totally understood her wanting to be with her husband and having that opportunity and wanting to take it. It was, I don't know. It was something, maybe it was the way she acted it. I don't know. But that baby was so cute at the end. Fat. Oh my goodness.
I don't remember seeing the baby. I might have been sleepy when I watched that one. I don't remember seeing the baby. The baby. Let's go.
Oh,
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think Dream? Do you think Dream was attracted? Because I think in the lore that I saw, Dream and Rose wound up having a relationship or something. Do you feel like Dream was attracted to Rose, and that's why he was just kind of like, no, it ain't her?
Rose seemed like a teenager to me. I guess she's in college, so she's in her 20s or something. It sounds like, but she seems a little young for Dream to be dating or interested in. I don't know.
That man is literally like, age is not a thing for him. And I'm not saying like, oh, I'm okay with older men, but I'm saying I think first of all, she is in college or she was in college.
Hmm.
Ain't no
Age ain't number.
I'm not saying age ain't nothing but a number, but what I'm saying is when it comes to, I saw in the Lord, what is that saying?
Land B
It
got
keeps scaring me.
visitors.
It keeps scaring me. Um, in the thing I saw, I believe in the comic book, they did have a relationship or something. But I was saying, like, did you pick that up in the show for like an
I was
implication?
looking at Rose, I'm looking at Rose. She kind of looks a little bit like the lover in Hell. So maybe that's what it was.
You said LeVar Burton. She looked like a little bit.
His lover that he sentenced to hell. Like if you look
Oh,
at Rose in her face, maybe that's she reminded him of her or something.
You know what? I guess so because and like I said, there was an ongoing theme for me of black women being love interests because even like the guys were swooning over death. You know what I mean? So it's basically like in this show, black woman is coded as desirable potential love interest. So maybe that's what I got from there too.
bald librarian giving what need to be gave. That's all.
She was beautiful.
And she has a gap. Love it. And she was giving what need to be gave. And this white man learned that maybe he needs to listen to black women a little bit more by the end of this series and give her some authority and power. Love it.
Did he though? That I did. Like I said, there were things that I really, really liked and enjoyed about the show, but that the preying on innocence thing was a real bother for me. But I love the way the black women were just like getting with him. Like, look, get it together.
Okay. Episode 11, part one was all about the Siamese hat holding a gathering of other cats to tell her story about her encounter with Morpheus. How you guys feeling about this one? This was I felt like this was like a side story,
They could have
little
kept it.
extra.
They could have kept it.
Yeah, I was. I didn't even watch the second one after this because I was just like tired at that point. I was like, all right, I saw the show. We gonna talk about this.
Oh, you didn't watch the second part.
I didn't see this. Maybe because I finished this show weeks ago, and I didn't know when did the bonus episode come because after episode 10 there was no new episode for me.
So the first one is about this cat, and let's see, she a long time ago, she met a tomcat who she fell in love with. She's like a bougie house cat. And she gave birth to his children, mixed breed kittens. They had a one night stand, then she never saw him again. And this displeased her owners because she's a bougie cat, Siamese cat. And they took the kittens and threw them into a river, like put them in a bag, a trash bag, put a brick in it or a knapsack or something, tied it up and threw it into the river in front of the cat. And that traumatized the Siamese cat to the point where she was like, even back at the house, I could
The
still
cat.
hear their, huh?
I was gonna say the cat wasn't there when he did it, but she could feel it.
Yeah, even back at the house, she could feel their screams and hear their screams. And she dreamed of meeting Morpheus, and he was in the form of a black cat, and she begged him for a solution. And he presented her with a parallel universe in which cats were the dominant species over humans until they fought back by dreaming, turning them into the cats that mankind sees them as today. And upon finishing her story, the Siamese cat urges the other cats to perform the same enlightenment, to which they will reclaim their status as rulers of the earth. So apparently, cats used to be giant, big things that hunted humans, but then 1,000 humans got together and dreamed of a world where cats were not their rulers, and then it became how we are today. And this cat wants to gather 1,000 cats to do the same. Um, it did not add to the story at all, aside from, I guess, learning that cats can have dreams, or animals generally, it looks like, can have dreams.
I got from it, even though they could have kept it, but I got from it they were saying the power of dreams and the power of collective dreaming. If everyone can like get on the same page with what they're dreaming or hoping for, as little as 1,000 people dreaming the same dream can change. 'Cause it was interesting in that when they showed her the vision, that they were saying that like it didn't just change it from that point in time forward. It literally changed the whole history of existence to where cats were never in our reality now. Cats were never in control of us, so we don't even have any memory of that ever being a thing. It's like we were always the dominant ones, and that's the power of collective dreaming.
Okay. Um, Let me go to part two, which, yeah, apparently some of y'all did not watch. I think this was called Calliope, or yeah, Calliope. And there's this struggling author, Richard Maddock, and he visits Irenaeus Fry, an elderly former writer who's imprisoned a Greek muse named Calliope in his house. Fry transfers ownership of Calliope, the muse, to Maddock, who discovers that by sexually assaulting her, he receives inspiration. I don't think they showed that on camera, but that is what is implied, as well as what's explained offline. He does this more than once, despite his promises, until it becomes obvious that he never intends to let her go. And Calliope sends a desperate plea to Morpheus, her former husband, whom she has not seen since the tragic death of their son, Orpheus. And upon receiving her plea and learning of what's happened to her, Morpheus becomes enraged and confronts Maddock. When he refuses to release Calliope, Morpheus punishes Maddock with an uncontrollable stream of ideas. And Maddock soon frees Calliope, who asks Morpheus to lift his curse off of Maddock. Morpheus lifts the curse, but Maddock finds himself unable to remember Calliope, Morpheus, or any of his ideas. Calliope vows to make sure that what happened to her doesn't happen to anyone else, and she and Morpheus share a tender goodbye, with her expressing that she hopes sometime in the future she can visit him in his realm and they'll be able to grieve their son properly. This was interesting to me to think about because he was able to forgive this white woman for the trauma in their relationship, but when it came to the black woman, he was like 10,000 years in hell. Yep. But when it came to this woman, he was like extremely sympathetic. Like he was like, no, just because we fought doesn't mean I'm not here for you and won't be here for you, but whatever.
Oh, see, it's good I didn't see that because I'd have
No,
been
his words
super
were,
pissed.
"You called and I answered," and she's like, "Well, I just knew you were upset with me." And he was like, "I'll always come when you call." It was
But
gross. It was giving gross. It was giving white woman Karen. I mean, she Karened it all the way up. She Karened it all the way up.
Well, you know, too, he don't think of humans the same way either. Like, and I don't think I think that translates into romantic and sexual relationships too. Because he kept hanging with that guy every 100 years and still couldn't admit, like, got pissed when the guy suggested that they were friends.
This is true.
I'm not saying I excuse it, but seeing the psychology of this particular character, I'm not surprised.
It was very weird. It was rapey. Like there's a grapey, excuse me. There's no other way to put it. Like it was a woman that was amused that essentially was being sex trafficked, and it was gross.
To be clear, I'm differentiating not necessarily just because of the skin color, but because of the fact that she's actually a magical creature
Oh,
in
yeah.
her own right.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I don't know if I liked that one. I mean, I think all of the episodes were good. Like, I think all of them were very good, with some obviously being very, very good, like the diner scene, the battle in hell, like a lot of them. But I maybe it's not the episode that upsets me, but the characters. Like again, his refusal to let this woman go, and what it is. The cast. I'm gonna play a short intermission just to break this up, and then we can go over the cast quickly, and then that will be it. We can give our final thoughts.
You really want to catch fucking 350 pounds of dude in your ass?
Of course.
Sounds like a good time.
That's a good time to me. He hop on my meeting, he start riding me. I said, Daddy, don't stop it. Look how he drop it. Just like a pilot, I'm all in his cockpit. I lick the cock tip, I let the cock drip.
Teddy.
Huh?
I didn't see that. I saw it, but I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, I have a new intro.
I thought this was only going to be the intro for your messy lives, not for this too.
Oh,
He
my
already
bad.
breaking up the movie night. I'm trying to just get through the cast to get to the after show because I'm like, what you mean we're not doing messy reviews no more?
Okay.
What's happening?
First character. We can review character and acting. I thought his acting was good for who he's playing. Obviously, he's just this over the top, overly edgy, dark edgelord. I'm so weary. My work is so hard. Like, Loved the acting. The character. Mm,
It's
I don't.
giving broke Twilight, a little bit of Batman. Like it is that not Twilight? Like he's Twilight and Batman, the new Batman.
Yes.
It's heavily giving, implying Robert Pattinson, but I still can't. That image of him when they took that cloak off him and his bones is emblazoned in my mind forever.
It's giving poser emo. What is poser about? This is what emo takes inspiration from. Okay. Well, yeah. I thought that was the idea. His character
It's
being
giving
so
bone structure.
prideful. I assume you're just saying he's attractive, Vitamin. His character being so prideful, I disliked. But characters have flaws, and him overcoming these flaws throughout the series, I think, was good. But I think they forget that he overcame some stuff. Like in the beginning, he's in the first 5 episodes, he's talking about how I now have hope for humans. John D, for example, the guy who made the diner patrons have these weird thing going on and be truthful. He had sympathy for him, and he's like, I'll put him in a sleep. The boy who imprisoned him, no, he didn't have that much sympathy for him. But then when it came to someone like Galt later down the line, after he's learned sympathy, when it came to Galt, he's like, nope, you're disappeared. You don't exist anymore. Sorry. I don't know. I felt like it was all over the place, and it could have been, his character could have stayed consistently prideful, or not prideful at time, but whatever. How are we feeling about the librarian?
She's amazing.
She's the glue that holds it all together. She is the moment. She's an icon. She's a legend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Snaps. All of those things. She saved the world. Like she saved his world. And then was teaching the whole time, even though she had to take a little step back, like he pissed her off. She's like, oh, okay. Oh, I'm just a librarian. Great. You got it. She had her whole degree. She probably had her doctorate. She's a PhD. I'm a PhD.
Yep, she gave what needed to be given.
And more.
She was the glue. What would Morpheus be without her?
Character and actor, I love them both. Perfect, no changes. Except I wouldn't have had the white cast member speak to her in that manner. His character would have exploded immediately after he fixed his tongue to speak against her. But that's just me. How y'all feeling about Lucifer?
10s on 10s on 10s.
Come
Love
on,
her. The skin is dewy. The robe is silky. I'm feeling the decor. She is taller than everyone, as she should. Yes.
I love that Lucifer was a woman. Like, I love the play on that. It's giving Brienne of Tart, like, this is her after Game of Thrones. She's, like, the wings for everything. The look, the curls. Yes.
I feel like there should have been angel wings. And I thought she was supposed to be androgynous or ambiguous as far as their gender.
She is. We recognize her as Brienne, but if you just kind of, if you didn't have a connection to the character before, it gives what it needs to give.
It's giving otherworldly beauty, like because and I like the page boy hair. Like, it just works so well. The visual team. I wish that I could give them an award myself. Everyone did a great job.
Let me see something real quick.
Ain't she kind of Prince-like? You know how Prince kind of confused you?
Yes, the androgyny is singing.
Okay.
I feel like I wanted the character to be more attractive. Maybe it's the haircut.
She's beautiful.
The haircut
like
is androgyny. Nothing says I'm in between like a good page boy.
I think it's just the hair. I don't even think this is a ugly person. I just think the hair is throwing me off. I feel like No, I'm not feeling it. Maybe she or he should have had long locks of flowing hair. Um, but I don't know. It just was not giving. This is the most beautiful angel ever. That's not what it was giving me. It was
But
giving
it
who
was
did her
But her
hair.
and Desire both had the trickery where you had one that she's clearly a little bit more feminine, that she's barefaced and just in her power, and then you had Desire that had all the makeup on with his catsuit on.
I thought Desire looked better than Lucifer.
Lucifer, but she still looked powerful. She looked powerful, but she looked very clean and prim and proper and orderly. Like it worked for me.
That's not my issue. I'm saying physically, I feel like Desire looked better than Lucifer, and I feel like it's the haircut getting me specifically. I feel like the haircut could have. I have an issue with the haircut. I think that's it. Literally, just the haircut.
Well, I feel like a page boy is appropriate to like the Catholic Church, so I feel like it was still good for the character. It was giving religion. It was giving structure. You know, religious structure for me, so it fit. And it was androgynous. It's in between. It's not feminine. It's not masculine. It just is.
I just don't
That
like the
kind
hair.
of haircut.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut you off. You're not gonna change my mind about this haircut. I don't care if it has. This is what they wore back in the Roman time. Don't care. Look at it. Disgusting. Who did this? Because I've seen the actor. I know she could do better. Who did this?
Give Brianna of Tart her tens across the board.
First of all, she looks amazing. Look her up for that show Wednesday that's coming up. I think you'll like that. She's giving red lip.
Really?
Good. Yes. She's
Okay.
looking good. My sis always looks good.
I want it.
Mm.
Maybe our once a month chat we can review it.
Constantine.
I wanted someone to beat her up.
I hated her character the entire time.
Like,
she was annoying. Was it just me, or was she just annoying of a character? Even
She
from
was
the
very
moment she
annoying. I wanted somebody to take her down a bunch of pegs. I just wanted someone to choke her or smack her or something.
I just wanted to
It's
go
very
like
much
that.
orange peel.
Yes.
not took out the home.
We didn't talk about the little girl though.
What little girl?
The little biracial girl with nothing was left but her hands. Because she came, another child not listening, didn't stay out when she told her to stay out that room. And she got sucked into the portal except her hands.
Oh, I don't think they like dived into that at all or expounded.
You didn't
upon
talk
it
about it one bit. No, you didn't. Because she couldn't sleep either.
The theme of this show is kids don't listen.
Yes, that is really a running standard theme of this show.
It's not the androgyny look. I really feel like it's literally just the haircut. Like literally, that's it. Please, just the hair. But y'all are saying it's biblical and angelic beauty, so fine. Constantine hated her. I hate. Why are you? I dislike the people who are sticking their chest out at Dream. Why? Who are you? Human? Who are you? Know your place, please. And I'm over here caping for a white man. You know it's serious. You know the dislike is serious. What about the background character? She didn't have a lot of screen time, but
hair was beautiful, skin is stunning.
She was great. Beautiful gowns.
She did beautiful gowns. Beautiful gowns. She deserved better.
okay, no.
I think she did her job.
She did her job. More screen time. Well, they gave a lot of black people screen time, so I'm not mad. Corinthian, how y'all feel? Actor and character.
I liked him. He was a good what do you call it? Not not the he is it starts with the A.
Antagonist?
He's an antagonist. I enjoyed him. I enjoyed him a lot.
He made me itch.
Really?
Just the eyes. I mean, the character. I agree with what you're saying. The character did what he was supposed to do. He gave what he was supposed to give. He's not bad to look at, and I can see why everybody was just like, "Ooh, sexy man." But them teeth in the eyes, just no. You know something though, I did like finally when they made those functional, and they showed
His
he ate
eyes.
the eyeballs. So I'm like, okay, now it makes sense. All right.
I liked his eye makeup too. It was giving Euphoria.
I didn't feel bad for him, but I did like at the end too when he was talking. He was basically like, "Look, you made me like this. I don't understand what the problem is. You made me to do this."
Facts.
I feel like he also pointed out hypocriticalness in Dream a lot during the
Mm-hmm.
series. So I feel his character was compelling, and although I didn't care for his character, like he's a killer and cutting people's eyes out and killing some people that I like in the cast. Um, I feel it's understandable, like a character like Joker, where you're supposed to understand the background and society and blah 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 blah, while not necessarily agreeing with his views. That's how I felt, and I think his actor did well. I think most of the supernatural beings in this universe have more over the top acting than the humans, and he did too. Like it felt like he had over the top acting. Like, that's a nice pair of eyes you got there. Be ashamed if somebody came and took them. Isn't that right, sweetheart? I think he did a good job acting.
Yeah, it did a good job because I felt like he was alluring and dangerous at the same time in his character. Yeah, he did what he needed to do as an actor to portray that character.
This
You know
man
what
was
else
fucking.
I like? I like the fact that I think this was the first show I've ever seen that dealt with um LGBTQ. It was just a part of the universe, and it didn't feel. It just felt. It was just. It all flowed. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like, oh, here we go with the obligatory LGBTQ stuff. It was like this is just how the world is, and I really liked that. Everything was like seamlessly a part of the characters and the story and everything. And look at us. The future is now.
The show portrays queer men as sluts.
It actually
Um,
does.
I don't know. Does it?
Yeah, if you think about it, when he showed up at Rose's friend's house, who in real life is just gonna a man show up at your house? You're gonna invite him for, but maybe it's as part of his allure, you know,
Yeah, I
And he
feel like
didn't
his
take
part of
off
character.
his
his
glasses
ability.
the whole time. You didn't find nothing strange about that, sir?
I feel like his character is supposed to be extremely sexy and appealing.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
I'm not
maybe
sure.
it's just built into his ability in a
Oh,
sense where he lowers their.
then there was later down the line with the other guy handing out flyers, like, "Ooh, give him my number." Like, I feel like he's supposed to be very attractive
Hmm.
based on how they present him in the show. Um, I don't know that I agree with that from a personal perspective. Um,
Yes.
the real attractive man in this show. Let's be real, guys. Forget Corinthian for a second.
How can
Desire.
you not love that? Look at this. This is visually sumptuous. How can you not love this?
If y'all want to talk about over the top acting again, I feel like all of the supernatural people acted. When I say over the top, I don't mean that as a bad thing. It just seemed supernatural when they act. Like it's so. Mm, I can give you anything you desire. Like it's over the top. It feels, but that's their character. So I liked it. And then of course, the actual character of Desire. Mm, I don't feel like was fleshed out very well. Like his motivations were not
It
explored.
wasn't. They did them dirty. It the whole thing in that way just felt like they were trying to squeeze so much. And then like when I actually found out that it was a comic and I started looking into what it was all about, I'm just like, oh yeah, they should have. I guess because they didn't know whether or not they were going to get another season or not, they might have wanted to put in as much as possible. But
I
I'm
think
just like, this needed more.
I think it's the opposite. He's the overarching bad guy. I feel like for season two, him and Lucifer. I think this was just an introduction. I think they're gonna go more in depth in season two with his character.
Okay. if there
I
That's
was.
what
hope
I
we
said.
see him more. I'd like to see him. They more. Wouldn't that be? Yeah, they.
Yeah,
I'd like to
them.
see they more.
Not I like to see they more. Them. um, how are we feeling about death?
Snaps.
Tens, tens, tens,
She my
tens, tens,
sister.
tens,
I
tens.
love her. I want to hang out with her. I want to go
No, you
shopping with
don't.
her.
No, you don't.
I
You don't.
think we should go camping and make s'mores and make baskets for the elderly. And my picture matches her hair. Just saying.
Okay, not y'all both giving. All right.
She's greeting me. If she is leading me into the other world, I will not be mad. I'll be a happy camper and I'll go with her. She did what she needed to do. She literally embodied this kindness, this warmth in her character, you know, make you feel vulnerable and trusting towards her.
Okay, Tiff.
Tens perfection. She was amazing. Like I said, if this is how this how we going to the crossroads with a sister, that's just like, come on, girl. I know you tired. Let's come on, let's go. I'll be like, oh, okay, let's go, sis. Loved
Look,
it. Loved
What did
everything about
Oprah
it.
say? She is the sister
That I
I
never
always
had.
wanted.
She is
She is
the
the
mother
mother
I
everyone
never
should have.
had. Come
um,
on, Maya Angelou quote.
in the same way that I will be mad if I get to heaven and I don't see Morgan Freeman as God, I will be extremely mad if I die and this woman is not escorting me to the underworld. That is just how I feel about her character. Character, amazing. Acting, amazing. Loved it. Look, glam. Hair, slayed. Edges, laid. Hotel Trivago, loved it. Loved the whole thing. How y'all feel about this guy, actor and character?
Get it off the screen.
He is
He
awful.
did what
Awful.
he makes me hate him. His acting was good because I despise him.
I
Acting,
do like his
amazing.
actor. I liked him in Wonder Woman. I like him as an actor, but he was irritating. Him and his mom.
Actor, amazing. Because I hated his character. Character, based on what his mother put him through and how he grew up, I understand how you can get this deranged. And then being influenced by these powerful tools from supernatural being, I understand why his character is the way his character is. So I think it's a good character, even though I don't like him. So watch death be a character. No, don't say that. 100 out of 10. He gave what needed to be gave. Really good at acting. Did the job of creepiness and helplessness at times. Wreaked havoc in the diner. Acting was good. Character was great. All right, we're all on one accord. We're still live. Yep. Oh, this is a different live stream. This is the TV review. I'm no longer honest. Sorry. Matthew.
Don't care.
Ah.
He didn't do his job. I think
Boo.
he's supposed to be a
Boo.
comic relief. He didn't do his job. I was never comically relieved by Matthew.
I was not relieved. I was annoyed. Annoying character. Dislike. Moving on. This is the old man from the beginning who imprisoned Dream.
Boo. Oh,
Get
wait,
Tywin out of here. As soon as I saw his face, I was irritated.
Ugh.
he plays bad good
A
though, because I
Lannister
hated
didn't pay
Tywin.
his debt, and he should have died sooner.
Okay. Matthew was unnecessary. I thought he was going. Dream is extremely stoic. Matthew going to be the comic relief, but again, failed to live up to the hype. And he wasn't ultimately needed. Was there really comic relief needed? Did he no? This guy on the screen, I don't even remember his name. Don't care. Actor did good. Character disliked the character. I dislike. Yeah, no, still. How are y'all feeling about these two?
Meh.
I'm
told you.
confusion, and they could have kept it.
Yeah, I
I
told
wish
you she got on my nerves. I don't know.
I wonder if they're gonna go more into her backstory because she is a daughter of two superheroes. I can't remember who they are at the moment. I wish they explored that.
Okay. I just like how he was like, "Stay here with me. Stay in the dream world. Come on." Like, why our brother got to drag everybody down? Like, why? Can't you just let somebody be happy without you? No, come stay with me. Die. Give up your life for me. Like, what? No, please. Impregnating people in a dream and then leaving. Well, he didn't leave. He was taken out of the home by Dream. So the ghost was selfish. I feel like he was taking advantage of her vulnerability. Like, she's extremely heartbroken over your death, and you are, in my opinion, it seemed like he was abusing that. Characters didn't like either of them, but I understand why she's acting crazy. Him, no.
Can we drag him though? Shouldn't we be dragging her for him because it's her dream?
But he's a ghost living in the dream, so this is him. It's not something she conjured up. It's him actually being here.
I mean, but what else was he supposed to do? He's literally a ghost. She had a job. She had other stuff she could do.
Go to
He
hell.
literally had nothing else to do.
Go to hell.
I don't think he had to go to hell.
I don't know where else they go. They only showed maybe heaven, maybe nowhere. Don't know. But I feel like I understand wanting to be with your partner, but in having like this last moment with them and something like that, I understand. But to want them to stay here forever, I feel is selfish. Now they're
The
giving
wife
up.
did seem like an airhead.
She didn't seem like an airhead to me. She seemed extremely desperate and like she wanted this dream to never end in her desperation. The man,
You know what it was? Because she kept talking about, oh, yeah, I'm just helping. And this is like, girl, go grieve. Just stay out of their business and go grieve. You need to take care of yourself. I'm tired of you whining.
okay. Any more drags? All right. The old woman with the immortality necklace.
She was irritating from the beginning. She deserved everything she got. She was trying to get in. She was a groupie and a smut, and I didn't like it. And then she's in there and she stole all that stuff, and she knew what was going on. She took that man's stuff and she went on with that, and that's why her son was raggedy and a problem. And yeah,
I didn't hate her. I didn't hate her or I didn't like her. She was just a grifter who, and I wasn't mad at her stealing from the old man because he deserved to be stolen from.
no, I mean dream stuff. Like she should have took the money and all that other. But why would you take that other? You know what I mean? Like she knew what was going on in there. I don't know. I didn't like it.
I would not have given my son the amulet.
I didn't understand why she did that. Like, I was just like, well, she didn't give it to him. He actually stole it, but you would think that she would be able to get it back. I, mm, Other than trying to introduce the son, I didn't really see her point.
To cause chaos and wreak havoc and now
Which son? Which son you talking about, London? The mage's son or her son?
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. How y'all feel about Fiddler's Green?
He's my friend.
He was cool. He was a sweet old man.
Yeah.
Protecting black women, being sweet, turned into a green pasture for her
I
to.
love that he was a location. Like, that was so dope to me. Like, he was a real location instead of being a person. I was like, that's a really cool. I thought it was a cool play.
Okay. Yeah, I think he was given what needs to be gave, both his actor and his character. No flaws here.
I meant the older one or the younger one, Chica. Was he talking about the son that was already there or the son she had?
Unity. Me realizing when she was saying she had a son in her sleep that she was assaulted, and that not being addressed, I guess, until Desire come in.
Yeah, I was like, what did I do? Like, I was literally thinking that. I was like, wait, the hospital just left no no reports were filed. They just allowed the baby to be born, and what? I thought that was weird.
And the fact that she keeps saying like, "Oh yeah, I was married in my dream," as if like the logical conclusion, even though this happens to be a magical universe where that happened, but the logical conclusion is somebody outside was messing with your body while in your mind you were married. Like, and the fact that she just kept saying, "Oh yeah, I got married in my dream."
I'm still confused. I don't know if Desire came in person and did something and physically manifested. If it was again in his realm while she was dreaming, and like
No,
the
he had sex with her because she talked about the light brown eyes, and that's how
but what, I'm not. I
dream.
don't know if it was in the real world or in a dream
Or
or
in his
No,
I,
it was in her dream. She keeps saying like, while I was sleeping, I got married to this man with golden eyes and we had a baby. But what I'm saying is like, yes, we know it was a magical baby, but there's no reason for her to believe that. You get what I'm saying? Like, once she woke up, the logical conclusion is, okay, yeah, maybe that's the way I interpreted it while I was out. But in real life, somebody had to have done something with my body for me to have had a baby. There's no precedent for it, for her to just be like, "Oh yeah, I got married in my dream and I had a baby in the real world." You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. It's not enough.
Would
There's
that
not enough
not be the Mary?
explanation as to
Would that
why
be?
that's the conclusion she's sticking with.
Wouldn't it be the Mary character though? It would be Mary.
Huh?
Mary.
You said they
Mary would
married.
Mary, like Mother Mary, Jesus' mother.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, but she just kind of just brushes over it, like, "Oh yeah, I got married and we were together and I had his baby," and it's just like, ma'am, you were probably assaulted in your sleep, even though she wasn't. We know she wasn't, but there's no reason she shouldn't know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, the same way that the lady got pregnant by the black guy.
I'm not saying it's not possible, but that lady could wake up and see. You get what I'm saying? Like, all of this stuff supposedly happened while she was asleep.
Mm.
She had a
But I
baby and
thought
everything.
that's how she got the other lady got pregnant.
That
yes,
is
but
how the other lady got
Unity
pregnant.
wakes up. Unity has a dream that she meets a magical man, and she wakes
Mm.
up after 80, 100 years, and
Yes, because she had the
somehow
sleep
is able to
disease,
understand that she physically has a child in the real world. Does Unity think the
and that's how
child can?
Rose was the granddaughter. Okay,
Yes, and
that's
there's
good.
no reason for her to just be like, "Oh yeah, it was magical." You get what I'm saying? Like, as far as she should know, somebody used her body and got her pregnant, and then she had a baby while she was sleeping.
See,
But
all
her,
I left with was like, oh well, it's nice that what she had a life and now she's gonna die for her granddaughter, but she really didn't have a life. She was asleep her entire life.
yeah,
Yeah, but she was about to have one, and the whole time she's on screen describing how now Rose and Jed are gonna move out here, and I'm gonna be taking care of you guys like you're my own kids. I finally have the chance to have a life, and now she give it up for them. Was kind of sad to me, at
Facts.
least.
I'm
Um,
not London. Everybody, I'm not disputing the logic of the show. What I'm saying is she didn't even know what a vortex was until they all met up in the dreaming and it was explained to her. So there's no reason for her to not question or say, "Hey, yeah, I just dreamed that I got married, but somebody assaulted." You get what I'm saying? There's no reason for her to just be like, "Oh yeah, I got married." It's so matter of factly. Does that make sense? Like, if any one of us were to fall into a coma or something and we woke up and something had happened to our body, our understanding would be that somebody that was outside of our body in the quote unquote real world did that. You know
yeah,
what I
I would
mean?
have been. Yeah, I get what you're saying because I would have been suing hospitals
mhm.
and people and doctors if I woke up and you told me I had a child when I was in a coma. So I get what you're saying about the real world versus the dream world.
Now Rose's friend had the benefit of going to sleep and then waking up and kind of being able to put it all together every day based off of what was going on in the waking world. But Unity was asleep the whole time and woke up and was told that, "Oh yeah, you had a baby." You get what I'm saying? So as a regular human person, your logic would go, "Oh, somebody use my body.
Okay, we're all on one accord. Um, I don't even remember her name.
Skip.
Disparity,
Despair.
forgettable. I mean, she was on camera and looked despaired, so she, I guess,
As a
didn't.
fat black woman, I didn't appreciate how it just made her just seem like she was despair because she's a fat woman.
Mm.
No, I don't know how they would have done it because in the comics of how she's described, she is gluttonous. She has moles everywhere and like rats following her around. She's utterly despair.
Yeah,
I
but
But
the
thought,
like,
way it made it come off in the show was just like, oh, she's in despair because she's just fat and frumpy. Like there
yeah,
wasn't enough. There wasn't enough meat
there's
to the
nothing.
character other than, oh, this fat woman should be despaired.
Yeah, she was just there.
her character on screen was poorly developed. Yeah, for her and Desire. Moving past that, the final character, guys. Dream again.
Get out of here.
How'd y'all feel about Dream? How did you really feel about Dream? The way Tiffany just
He
left.
was a jerk. He was the main character. He gave main character energy. I gotta give him that. But he wasn't likable. I don't know if I liked him. Honestly, he felt like a plot device. And there were some times like I liked the banter between him and the guy that lived that he met up with every 100 years. I liked him in like relation to other people. I liked the dynamic between him and other people, but I can't say I liked him.
Lamby.
It was like a story of a character development for him. I realized that even as we review it that I didn't really like his character at first either, but I was interested in the story that was coming because I didn't like him. I was like, ew, he's just so full of himself.
If in season 2 he go and free that woman from her 10,000 year enslavement and start listening to black women and let them take over his kingdom, we'll be somewhere.
He's
No,
literally
he's
his main
he's
problem.
a twink. He's a twink. He's awful. Boo. Like Dream was not dreamy. They can recast that guy.
I think
Okay.
he did
I
what he
don't
needed to do as his
know.
character, though. What he's supposed to be portraying as a character, he did what he needed to do as an actor.
But did you
I
feel
would give that to
compelled?
him.
Like if he's a dream, there was nothing about him that's like, you know what I want to do? I want to go to bed and have a dream. It was more like, oh, let me stay awake because it's like he was a nightmare.
Well, that's the character. Like when I actually saw that it was a comic and I looked into it, that's the character. The character is like that. Like they were he looked the part. It looked like he acted the part. So I don't have any problems in terms of like the actor, but the character sucks balls. I don't like him.
What happened to him? Like
I liked him towards the end. He
he
grew
got
on me.
better. He got better. He did get better, especially when
Take that off the screen.
It is Twilight. It's giving Twilight.
Are y'all team Edward or Jacob?
Jacob.
Neither.
Actually, I'm team nobody. I don't
Neither.
think she deserves anyone. I don't think any like it was.
Mm-mm.
We're ready to discuss this. I hated all three of them. I'm not Team Bella. I'm not Team Jacob. I was Team Jacob until he got so mad that he got rejected. He was willing to fight a war. But okay, rejection, men don't like, I guess. And then he imprinted on a child. So, and Edward was a
Jacob seemed
predator.
like a nice guy. I'm such a nice guy, Bella. Why don't you want me? Why do you want this asshole? Love me.
Mm-mm.
No, I wasn't feeling him.
He shouldn't have wanted her. I mean, I understood the frustration. I didn't feel like, now we're talking about Twilight. I didn't feel like he was being nice to her because he wanted to get with her. So for that reason, I understood his frustration. No, I really felt like he liked her and everything, but I don't feel like he was doing what he was doing for her because he liked her.
There's that Rosal Dweck's character. Oh, Cain and Abel.
I liked them. They was like bittersweet. It was one of those things that if you ever like really listen or read the story, because you always try to wonder like, why did he kill his brother? Now the way they portrayed it was okay. We won't even get into that, but I appreciated it.
He looked like death.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. I wanted to go in there and handle it myself. Like I said, very much so triggered me. Probably based off of what Tiff said, it was the trivialized nature of the relationship. Like it didn't. It just looked like he was just like, "Oh, you're getting on my nerves. I'm going to murder you," and that pissed me off. And then when the guy was sitting there like, "Oh, I just wish he'd be nice to me and we could be friends and just be with each other," and like that
Well,
tore me apart, and I really wanted to hurt someone.
to be fair, Vitamin, you said earlier, why does he keep going back to this man who killing him outside of Stockholm syndrome? This is in his nature, like he says. This is just
It's his assignment. It's not nature.
it's his assignment. So just as he loves his brother, even though his brother is killing him, it could be possible that Cain loves him, even though he's
Assignment in
killing him.
terms of what? I didn't say that part, by the way, with the Stockholm syndrome.
My bad.
It if there was a purpose to it, I might have been able to stomach it a bit better, but I
There,
didn't see a purpose to it.
So
that's
when
how
I
they were
say
made.
assignment, think about like Jesus when he talks about, can this cup pass me not? Like in a perfect world, Jesus would have never been crucified, but this was his plight. That was his assignment. So even though it was unfair, his assignment was to be killed over and over and over again. So he was faithful to his assignment.
I'm still not getting that. I don't assignment in terms of what? Like what is it related to? What purpose does it serve?
That's the character that Dream created them to be in this world. He created
But
them to
whose dream? That's what I'm saying. Whose dream or nightmare is this other than these people? Because they're not actual human. Exactly. That's what like it doesn't make sense to me. So this entity is just suffering to suffer for whose benefit?
It's not
It's
nailed down.
brotherly love. Like, would you die for your brother over and over again, even if you were right, even if he was wrong? Do you love your brother so much that you would die for him? It's
I,
supposed to be poetic.
I feel like y'all are looking too deep into it.
Well, no, that's what you know me. You know how I went off about that thing in Love, Death, and Robots. I need something that I can anchor to, and like, okay, I get what you're saying on the behalf of Abel, but even Cain, what's his purpose? What lesson is he learning? How is he growing? You know what I mean? Like, it's not. I don't see. I just see needless violence and treachery and evil, and I don't see any kind of retribution or even coming retribution. It's just kind of like, oh, this is just what happens, and that is pissing me off. Like if I could see somewhere where it was purposeful other than just as a plot device, I would go, okay.
All the dreams or nightmares are like our subconscious trying to guide us, right? Maybe they don't not for a particular person, but they come to you when you're needed, even though it's a nightmare to see that over and over again. It's for the person, whoever is having this dream or slash nightmare, to learn something, to get closer to their goals, or to work through something subconsciously. It doesn't always have to be good. So that's just what they are. They're just there for that, you know?
Vitamin, I feel like you are trying to pull something out of what I thought was just supposed to be a quirky nod to Cain and Abel, and the supposed to spark the idea within you, the viewer, of this unavoidable cycle that they're in, that they can't escape, and that always was and always will be. And I did not think it was meant to be thought about like too hard, but whatever. Welcome, Themis.
Well, you just gave it some context for me that I can chew on in terms of just the inevitability of evil um doing something to innocence. You know, that gave me something that is something that you would work out within your dreams. So thank you. Look at you. Look at this high value man doling out wisdom, dropping pearls.
Um, forgot his name. Don't remember.
I
Sorry.
like him. He's in another show I watch, Shrill, and I like the fact that I just like seeing actors work, and I like the fact that he seems like he can just play himself because he's like the same character in that show as he kind of is in this show. Only it's like a little bit nicer, but still pretty much the same character. So I like that he is working and living his dream in the real world.
Um, I feel like. Do you guys feel like he gave what needed to be gave?
He was a
What was
little
he given?
confusing. He was a little confusing for me. I got it, but I didn't get it.
I liked his dream, but I was confused when he ripped his skin off and what that meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't get that
The
either.
drag scene, that was weird.
I think it was about dying for your dream and sort of like wanting something and putting so much into it, right? Like he gave up his dream to be back here and then back. Is it Miami or Florida? I don't know. So this is who he wanted to be, and he just failed at it. And I think that was exemplified. I forgot what book I read it in where people were ripping themselves apart in order to be good at that which they chose to do. And I think that was a sort of mirroring of that. And him not being super comfortable in being here and not fully actualizing his full potential. I need to remember the book. It was going into people's sacrifice for their chosen career and what people do and how they hate themselves when they don't fully actualize it. So ripping themselves apart. I mean, that's what I thought about when I saw it. But yeah.
Put me to shame. Now I come up here, I don't understand anything. What's going on? Y'all are coming in and explaining today. Thank you, Themis. As far as his character, I liked his character. I like when he was talking to Rose and he was like, "Look, get up out of here. If I had a chance to chase my dream, you think I'd be here talking to you? No, you better leave." Like, thank you. Somebody said what needed to be said. His singing, I didn't like it. I didn't like his singing. I don't know what was going on.
I liked it. That's because you don't know Gypsy. I
I
liked
like the
it.
second one. I didn't like the first one. I was like, is he supposed to be a good singer in this movie, or is it karaoke? Don't know. But
It's
anyone else?
drag.
Anyone else have thought? No, I liked his character as a whole, and I liked his acting. Just the singing didn't get me, and I was a little confused about the dream. Anybody else on this character before we move to the final few? Okay. These two black queens. How do you guys feel about them?
They were super cute. We are not calling them black queens, though.
I apologize.
They were cute. It was.
They were all right.
The twins were cute.
They were the ones who bought the home at the end, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They weren't twins. I believe they were saying like they didn't know if they were lovers or what. They just found each other and started hanging out and living this way.
Yeah, they were not trolling. They were goth sisters, which there's like witch sisters, where people who kind of dress like them in like high school. I don't know if the punk rock is a thing. Emo. I don't know if it's a thing still, but once upon a time it was. And there were like groups of girls who used to say they were sisters and walk around with black lipstick and black hair and black nails and black eyeliner, just like that, what they have on.
Not you giving. What was the name of that movie with the? Is it The Witchcraft? The Craft.
The Craft. The Craft. The Craft realness.
I don't know what kind of schools y'all went to. I've seen emo people. I was emo people, but I have never seen this level of whispering to each other in never in real life. Um, so I'll just have to take your word. Like their characters. I like the dream revealing that I still don't know if they're sisters or I don't know what they are to each
Yeah,
other.
They're
sister.
not. He said it explicitly. He was like, "We don't know what they are. We don't know what's going on with them. They're just together. We don't know."
And their dreams imply that one of them was that like they met separately because someone said I met her and she was my soul sister or something like that. So like I think it was clear they weren't actually related, but I don't
Yeah,
know what.
because one was in the cemetery. They met
Yeah,
in the cemetery.
Was there significance to what she was repeating in the dream? What she was reading?
I
I didn't
thought
catch it. I couldn't tell.
I'm trying
Are you
to pull
talking
it up.
about the spell?
The spell when the earth is breaking up and she just keep repeating that line.
Yeah, that's a spell. She was casting a spell.
Okay, they are witches. Okay.
we said that.
I thought you were talking about people in the real world at the school you've gone to dressing up like this.
I mean,
Not
they too claim to be witches.
I know some witches, some people who claim to be.
Get
Um,
off of the brew house.
Yeah.
Little boy, why did he go down to the cereal convention? What? Stay in your room.
Cereal. Kids like sweet cereal. So
But he's
he none
black.
the wiser.
But he's
Innocence
black.
of a child, I guess.
But he's black.
But
I
he's
was
been with white people. You have to remember that. The white people
But
have been raising him.
let me tell you something. He was in a bad experience. Apparently, his father wasn't no gem. He was with them other people. He should have been just as happy to sit in that room with his chicken fingers and his robe and everything. Like, it just something about the way he just was like, there was no hesitation that I'm going to get into some shit. I'm going to go and do the opposite of what this person that saved me told me to do. It just didn't quite mesh with the trajectory of the character for me. It didn't feel um in alignment.
I think, like I said before, I think it aligned for me because I thought the nightmare was protecting him from all that. So it reserved, like, protecting his innocence in a sense
Not
within
with no
his
rat
dreams.
actually, not waking up to a rat biting your head. It's only so much a dream can do.
I
We
mean
Okay.
don't
that's
know
part
because
of the
we can talk about people who go to trauma and create different personalities that embodies different things to protect the actual person from having to deal with that trauma and becoming depressed and going into despair. So
Oh,
maybe it worked for
I
that.
wasn't even saying like I felt like he should have been despondent or anything like that. Like, I just meant like that. I feel like if you have been in actual physical danger in your real waking life, that you would be more. I would have liked, I guess, to see more of a moment of do I really want to do this? I don't know, as opposed to just emphatic, like he never been through nothing in his life. I'm going to lie and plan to go out into this place,
but I think that
unprotected.
but that's like escapism though. Like escapism doesn't allow for like gradual shift into the dream. You just jump in. Right? Like the I don't even think his story was necessarily about him. It was about the nightmare and the reality that people can change and you can have a purpose and change that purpose. But the idea that because the lady was a nightmare, and the Sandman, didn't think that the nightmare should be out in the world doing this because she's a nightmare and what she's doing is wrong. I don't think it's I don't think it was necessarily wrong. It was like you in a world that's so ugly, in your dream you get to be something beautiful, and that's a hero. I don't know. I appreciated that the dream aspect because that was his only escape from an otherwise horrible world.
Okay. I agree. That still don't explain why he carried his butt down to that serial convention.
Yeah, like I'm 100% with you guys when it comes to the actual dreaming aspect of it. But what Chica said, his behavior didn't reflect his years of abuse. And it's just like when you know, like, okay, in my dreams, I'm safe in my literal dreams. But everywhere else, when he was awake, he was never safe. And so to me, it feels like when I'm awake, I'm going to hold on to whatever safety I get. You know
Well,
what I mean?
Violet,
Like when I go to sleep,
could it
all bets are off. But when
could it be
somebody saves me, I'm gonna sit here in this room in this robe. I'm gonna eat this macaroni and this chicken fingers, and I'm gonna wait for my sister to come get me.
is it possible that because now he's escaped that with the Corinthians, supposedly in his mind, now he has maybe a newfound feeling of safety now that he's no longer under those white people who are abusing him. Maybe he is a child. Like, I don't feel like they're rational generally. So maybe he just feels like he's no longer in danger and he's safe with the Corinthians. So I'm gonna go downstairs.
And the
It's
trauma might not
possible.
the
That's
trauma
true.
might not have manifested yet. Like, he can be traumatized, but it doesn't have to manifest in the moment. And the manifestation might not look the way we think it should look. I thought a child is going to be a child and explore, and the dream world kept his innocence.
Okay. Um, Before we get too far on him, Ken and Barbie. Anybody feeling them? The switch up.
Ooh.
He was cheating, so that.
In his dreams,
It
he
was a
was
I was
cheating.
about to say, was he actually cheating?
No, it was a dream.
He seemed very suspicious to me, and even when they went to the hospital and him talk, maybe she's going crazy, and her dreams mean things in this show, right? So I don't think it's an accident that she's dreaming of him cheating, and then we see in the real world kind of flirting, but not really with like the secretary, I think. So I don't know.
I think he's cheating too. They were insufferable to me, so that's what I'll give them. But they played insufferable people good, so good actors to me. This is not a good picture, but the man who was meeting every 100 years, Gatling.
He was fun. I liked him, and I liked how he got with Dream too. I liked everybody basically that told Dream off. Pretty much, I'm for anyone that got with him.
Okay, I like their little bromance.
Wait, I thought did it feel like they just wrote that part of the story? I feel like they just they were like, we need some extra episode. Here you go.
I really like this. Was the one in the first half. I think it was Death walking around and reaping people, and then I thought this was to show Dream in his curiosity of human. Okay, maybe you're right. I don't know. Not me trying to make something up. I felt like they were trying to show Dream in his curiosity about humanity, his loneliness and his desire for someone else, and how he doesn't really have a lot of hope for humanity, I assume, at these periods. And this man coming along, giving a different idea of immortality and a happier idea of it. So I thought he was being inspired and having a friend.
I think the writers wanted to make Dream gay and decided to change that at the last minute. Even in the first episode, I thought he was going to be gay with the son, and then they made the son someone else's thing. But it feels, and then when he went to hell, they made him have a love interest, which was a woman in prison, imprisoned in one of the hell dimension. But it feels like they wrote him to be gay, or at least the actor is portraying him in a sort of almost flirty way with other men. So I don't know.
Besides this man at the bar, who else was he flirty with?
The son in the beginning.
When he was a child?
No, the son. At some point, the son grew up, and
he was a teenager, like right before when he killed his dad.
That's when they made him flirty. That's how the story arc for love happens.
Wait, you saw flirting?
Yeah, until he killed the bird. At even one point, though, he was going to speak to the sun and decided not to. Like, am I the only one who read that into the story?
I
Well,
mean,
no,
that's
Yeah,
what they're
I
saying.
thought
I
he
didn't read
was
that at all.
interacting with the son's like kind nature because he was like, "Are you okay?"
I
Yeah,
thought he was gonna free him and they were gonna live happily ever after. That's what I saw. So
that's
maybe
not
I
what.
was completely wrong. I mean, I
That's
was.
not what.
That didn't happen.
I thought it was no, I did not see that at all. Now with this guy at the bar, I was feeling the bromance between them. Other than that, no, I don't think with the son. I think with the son, it was just well, I don't know. Dream looked at him with longing at one point. I felt like when they were touching the glass, and outside of that, I didn't. I felt it was just a story about the son being innocent and the father being corrupted in
No,
him.
you see, I think I'm right, and here's why I think I'm right. I, in my mind, in my mind, I picked up on it, right? And then they did make the son gay. So, like before I found out the son was gay, I was like, oh, they're trying to make them a thing. And I know the story arc. The evil, not the evil, the person captured with all this power is going to fall in love with this guy who is blah blah blah. And I was like, yeah, I know they're gay. And then the son turned out to be gay, but not with Dream, because I think the writers pulled out and like decided, this is too much. Let's give them gay people over there something to work with, but not the main character. I think that's what happened.
I could probably see the intrigue from the son to Dream because Dream was over all of them. To be quite honest, like he just was just sitting there, like I hate all of you, and I don't know what's going to happen when I get out, but I really can't stand y'all. I did feel like they were like when his father was on the floor dying and he was looking kind of like, I might let you out. I feel like Dream was kind of like, for real, buddy, you really gonna let me out? And then he didn't. And like I said, he sealed his fate then. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Wait,
didn't
so
get
y'all
that
didn't
from him
get
and the
gay
son.
vibes, like
I
not
thought
really gay, but like
if
sexual vibes?
From who?
Dream and the sun. Like I thought it was
I
so
didn't.
obvious.
Not going back and forth. Maybe now that you say that, the son might have thought he was cute or whatever since he was already, in that frame of mind. But I didn't get it from Dream. I felt like it would have been a one-way thing, if anything.
All right, maybe I misread then. I'll have to go rewatch. I
Dream
don't
was
know.
stressed. They had him captured.
I didn't see it. I really didn't.
He was like, should I have? Even when they reached out their hands and they were about to touch the glass together, y'all.
That's all. That's the only scene for me where I
That
saw it.
was survival. That was not sexual. He was just like, "Oh, you ready to let me out now? Yeah, he's dead now. You ready to let me out? All right, let's go."
The
No,
way you're describing.
there was a moment where they were reaching out their hands beyond the glass, beyond space and time, and their hearts intertwined, eyes open. Sorry.
That part felt gay to me. Like I felt like there was something there, but I didn't because of the surrounding story and episode. I didn't feel like it was. So
Yes, Kenny, I won't let them gaslight me. There was homosexual energy all through that.
I don't feel like they could change the entire story in the way that they did. Like what would if it were just a story change, what would the plot be now? Would the son be involved with Dream as he go through hell and all that? Like
No, he wouldn't. He would have died in the first episode in the same way, but he would have loved him through the glass, and he would have intentionally freed him.
and then been
And that's
killed
how
by
he,
Dream?
huh?
So you saying if Dream put out, or if Dream would have let him think he was going to put out, he would have let him out?
Yes, you don't see that boy. That boy.
The way y'all describe okay,
Themus got to
here-
get kicked. He got go to bed.
I just actually created a video.
Go to bed.
here's the only way I can see that. The son I feel like was being like pressured and antagonized by his father the whole time. And I felt like Dream could have represented sexuality in this and his longing when he's touching the glass to free his sexuality that I feel like his father might have harbored ill feelings
Wait,
towards.
can I ask a question?
Yep.
Can y'all be honest though? Like, did y'all know the son was gay?
Yeah, I did from when he started talking to the
No,
guy.
before he started talking to the guy.
I didn't.
No.
Nope.
All right, so I did. So y'all cannot do like y'all are wrong. Y'all don't understand.
I'll take that. I will accept it.
I was like, all right, I see what y'all are doing.
Why did the guy pushing the son's husband, I don't forgot his name. Why did he purposely messing up the circle?
I don't think he did it on purpose, but when he saw it, he was just kind of like, I'm tired. We old as hell. I'm not going to keep doing this.
Okay. My bad. Final thoughts on this. I forgot who this is. Who cares? The three Fates. I couldn't find a good picture of them all together.
I didn't care.
They were good. They did good casting. They fit.
The pan people in the chat are telling me that they're seeing something that we did not see. So I'll give this one to Themis.
I accept my limitations and I will defer to them.
It's fine. I'll
same.
teach y'all how to vet.
Same. Same.
I'm gonna teach y'all how to vet.
Oh Lord.
I think they played their role good, but outside of a plot device, I don't think there wasn't much going on there. So who cares? Rose.
She was a cutie. I liked her. I liked her energy.
Is she supposed to be grown?
She's 21.
She felt like she was a teenager to me. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a teenage hopeful and I'm gonna find my brother and we're gonna live happily ever after energy. She had a nice innocence to her as well.
I did like that. And I will say, to defer to you, Lantonette, about the son, maybe that's something that's just inherent in the bloodline, because her brother had that as well.
I did not like her character.
I thought she was
it very
okay.
annoying.
I didn't have a dislike, but I didn't find her compelling.
Yeah,
She seemed very naive, and when they said she was 21, because my initial thing was like, why didn't she get custody? But I guess in the midst of everything happening, she became legal and old enough to then get him. But she had a certain naivety that I was like, okay, this is interesting. Like how much sheltering happened, because she's pretty naive.
Well, when it came to the legal stuff with her brother, the dad kind of did all of that. Like, they always were saying, first of all, the mom was going to take them both. And then the dad was like, nah, you can't take him. I don't remember exactly. I think it was his age. She couldn't just take the son with her. So they left the son there. And then, the way he had it set up, she couldn't just get him. And by the time that, she was able to get down, because I think they had lost touch, she wasn't letting him talk. It was not like they were in contact with him once they left, is what I'm saying. And then so by the time she was old enough and the mom died and everything, and the father died too, he was out of her reach.
She seemed to be one of the weakest actors in the show to me. Like, I didn't believe any of it. Like, anytime she came up, her grandmother was great, but anytime she came on the screen, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe any of it.
I love the way they actually looked alike too.
Yeah.
They did
the
favor each other.
Her character is annoying. I don't know if that means the acting was bad or if the acting was good. Like, was her character supposed to be this? I don't know. I didn't like when she told Dream to go to sleep. I didn't like that. It felt, well, maybe I should, because it was a black woman being empowered over a white man, but it just didn't fit right with me. It seemed like she was too, like, she was saying it to your chest, like, you just found out you're the vortex,
But she's
and now
the
you
vortex.
and now as soon as you find this out, you got all this energy and you want to say it with your chest while you're still just
I would too, because
she had been finding her power each episode. Each time they showed her, she was getting more and more powerful, and that's why he got scared, because he's like, if she finds out her full power, it's over for me. And
That's
eventually she figured it out, like, oh, you know what, I am the vortex, I am what makes it pop around here, not you.
And they were stressing her out too in that moment because they both were kind of like, "Oh, well, do what I want you to do. No, do what I want you to do." And she's like, "No, I'm gonna do what I want to do. Since you saying I can do these things, I'm gonna do what's best for me right now." And everybody leave. And so I didn't have a problem with that one. Like that made sense to me once she realized she had some kind of control because she had been in all these out of control situations for a few weeks at least at that point, and then her finding out, oh, I do have some control in this situation, bet, and then taking it, I was cool with that.
That comment that just came up, I don't think Dream is actually a good character. I don't understand why the show is so interesting to me, though, because I think he's really bad
a good character or a good actor.
actor. Well, maybe it's the writing. Actually, maybe it's the writing, but I like the show, so it's not the writing. It's just it feel like there's no depth to her and Dream.
To her,
I
I
don't
agree.
think for her, I don't think there's much depth because of maybe I'm going to. She's seemed to me like just overly optimistic about everything in life, and like maybe because she doesn't have a range of different emotions, so when anything bad happens to her, she just smiles at it, and it doesn't feel real. But I do believe there's people in real life who are like that, so maybe that's why her character didn't seem like to have depth because she didn't have that emotional range. But I think that's what her character is meant to be, just this overly optimistic person where everything bad happened. Because if you look around, everybody around her, they were always jovial when they were around her as well. They were happy and optimistic and had Rose, 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 positive energy. So I'm thinking that's what her character is meant to be. And it
And
could
I
be annoying to us regular folks who are like, girl, you know, if that happened to you, you wouldn't be this happy. But she probably does embody that optimism and no matter what, smile, smile, smile kind of personality.
do you feel like we may feel that way because she's a black girl as well? And we're not necessarily afforded that luxury of being so positive all the time without this like um hard fought long suffering wisdom.
I hope not, because I was trying to like her. When I saw who she was, I was like, period, here we go. And then I was like, oh, okay, no.
But I'm saying, it does that come from this expectation? And probably again, this is me looking at myself and my behavior. That's the way I was coming at that little boy. I was just kind of like, he should know better. He's a little black boy. He should know better. Especially based off of what he was going through, he should have known better than to be running around. And I feel like this is kind of the same thing where we're just like, okay, girl, you shouldn't be so optimistic. It's a lot of heavy stuff going on with you, and you're just so, oh, it'll be better till the sun will come out, like we're not
I
feeling it.
mean, I didn't feel her optimism either. I just didn't. Nothing felt all like either she wasn't a good actor or the writing was just too formulaic. But I don't know. But I'm in mind there because I wasn't connecting.
I think her acting was lackluster to say the least. Vitamin, I understand what you're saying. And remember when we were talking about the little brother, I said, "You're black. You know better than to go downstairs." And then I corrected myself and said, "Well, maybe he's an innocent character," because I understand what you're saying about ascribing this type of critique to black characters specifically. Um, I don't think that's the case for Rose. I just think the character and the actor were just bad.
Yeah, and I didn't see Rose as a character within herself. I saw her as a character, like, I saw Rose through everybody else's view around her. So I wasn't paying attention to her much. I just thought she was just optimism and light, and she's just smiling all the time. And I just was watching how everyone else around her was acting when she was there.
I didn't even.
Also, for magic systems, I do not like people finding out about a new world, finding out about new powers, and automatically know everything about it. I don't like that.
I this is I would call that number one bad writing. And then again, my qualm with the character is about this extremely naive girl coming in to break down the walls between people's dreams. And oh, you can stay here and be pregnant with your husband dream. Why are you trying to make him die just because he's dead? Like, what? Come on. I don't like it. I just don't like her at all. And I wanted to. I really did want to. Again. But no, I didn't.
I think that would be natural to question that. Like, if you're like, well, we're already here. This is already happening. So clearly anything can happen. So why can't, like, is there not another way we can do this? Do we have to do it like this? Like,
it's annoying because I know what it's like for a parent or grown person to argue with a teenager who feel like they know everything. Like, I understand, I guess, why she wants to do it. But she's not a teenager, though. She's grown in this. She's supposed to be grown, even though she looks young.
Like, but some people keep that. Like, I'm saying, like, I've seen other people who are always smiling and they have childhood trauma, but they're just happy-go-lucky, and it annoys me in real life. I'm like, ew, why are you so happy all the time? And
hey,
but I think that's what who she is. Even in her adulthood, she's still portraying this.
Yes,
it's her way to not deal with her own trauma as well, probably.
Sometimes there are some people that just choose happiness. Like, this is the trauma. Yes, this happened. Okay, I can sit with it and be like bitter or upset or decide like that happened, and you know what? I'm gonna choose to rise above it and keep going and enjoy my life.
Oh my God! Wait, you can star comments. Oh, sorry, mute.
You know what?
I'm so done with these.
She didn't have any fire. I will give her that.
Y'all can see these?
Huh?
No.
Oh, I didn't know y'all could see those. Yeah, just in case something gets too far back and I want to address it, but the conversation's not there. I put it in the star thing.
How do you star comments?
Don't give themes, please, Lord.
When you highlight it, when you go over it and it says show, there should be like a little 3 dots and a little star. The 3 dots, you can put them in timeout and block user. In the star, you can
Oh, period. Sorry.
I don't know why I thought you knew how to do that, but then again, you have like millions of comments, so it's such a fast pace.
Oh,
it probably just felt like you were going and grabbing. You can start literally anywhere in your comments.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
That chat is the Wild Wild West. Like, woo.
At the very least, we all agree this character was poor at best.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
She was rich. Her grandmother was. I'm kidding.
Galt.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, the effects when she flew away. The effects when she flew away in the end was a mess, but
it did look like she was about to fall.
Yeah, that was beautiful. She was learning how to fly. Oh my gosh.
She did that dip. I said, "Whoa."
Not she did the dip. Character. I loved her character. Yeah. Why do I feel like her character was explored in the short time that she was there? She had like a lot more depth than.
No, it's not.
She had way more impact.
She had a story arc.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find this. Her flying. I like that.
Don't do it.
When they remade her, she was not like.
She had the brokenness in her. So there's a theory that broken china is more valuable than china that's never been broken, because china that's been broken gets refined and fixed with gold, so it actually has more value. And when she came back, you could see some of the brokenness, but she still had more value.
Now you're making me big on the screen now. Had to sit up.
You look good.
Oh, thank you.
I think that was the last image in the slideshow, unless I can find this thing where she flies away.
He said, "Let me add some warmth." And I'm gonna turn up the tent a little bit, and then I'm gonna add some wings, and we're good.
Period. I like her because of her storyline was that of transformation, and that
Mhm.
like you can obviously become more than what you think you were created for. So I don't know. I really appreciate that.
I
And it
loved
was
it.
me too. Yeah. Yeah.
Even demons can dream.
Yeah.
Mm.
She said that. I was like, yes, sis.
Everybody kept getting with him. That's what like I really enjoyed, but everybody was just giving him these one-liners. Like, yeah, whatever.
I thought he was a man of respect, and like these people were disrespecting him all day, the whole series.
But
It
were
felt like.
they? He wasn't listening. Like they would, especially when whatever the librarian was like, look, I'm trying to give you information. And it's so because I was watching this around that same week that Deanna did that thing about men not wanting to listen to women. And
Mm-hmm.
this whole series was giving that energy
Mm-hmm.
because she kept trying to tell him stuff. And at one point, and he noticed like everybody was coming to her. And then he got mad and was just like, oh, yeah, you don't need to do this. She's like, oh, okay. That's
You got
fine.
it. You got it. I'm the librarian.
Yeah, and everybody, she's like, no, don't come to me. He know everything, and I appreciated that. And then when Galt was telling him, like, look, I don't want to do that. I feel like I can be a comfort, and I want to do that. He's like, oh, you're going to go to this. She's like, I don't care. Send me there, whatever. Like,
You notice most of the people who got with him were black women,
Yes.
mm-hmm.
and it was when the the dream. Well, who was the place? The name is escaping me at the moment. Even when he talked to him with respect. But these women were like, we're not about to have that. I'm just gonna tell you straight out what's going on here. But the other men, when they spoke to him, except for the Caribbean, they kind of had a little bit more respect in their voice for him.
Not these women not giving him time
Wait,
of day.
can you go back one slide? That made me so sad. His death made me so sad. I actually stopped watching for a moment when he reabsorbed this Gorgal.
He brought it back, kind of.
Mm.
That's someone different.
That was not Gregory. What did they name the new one?
Goldie Irving.
That's right, because he wanted to be Irving, and then he wanted to go so Gerving.
That man killed him a lot.
I'm trying to tell you, if I could have jumped in that television, I was really pissed. I was highly upset.
So I think this is a demon worship, and we're sinning for liking this. So just FYI. Just FYI.
So I don't understand. You dislike the show, but you like it. What does that mean?
Oh, I like the show. I'm just letting y'all know that this is demon worship and that this is not okay.
Well, you can watch it while eating heathen chicken from Popeyes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anyone
Hopefully
have
one
any
of their
final
sandwiches.
thoughts?
Don't try to rush us off, Prince Petty. Absolutely not. We're chilling.
Look,
I'm
he
gonna give
done
y'all
already ate
time.
into,
The thing is, we was
Game
there
of-
for like 2 hours before you came.
He already
No,
ate in the Game of
so
Thrones.
I
I was
left
just like,
when-
I'm missing Game of Thrones. Now I'm just like, you know what? I'll watch it on demand.
Oh, are you guys watching the new Game of Thrones?
Absolutely. House
I
of
don't
I
have
Dragon.
haven't watched
HBO.
it yet.
I don't have HBO still. I'm trying not to get it.
Would y'all like
It's
to-
worth it. It is worth
I
it.
want to
It's
wait. I don't
amazing.
want to have to wait every week. I'm willing to wait the whole season and then just watch it all in one
You
sitting.
need to watch it now. It is.
I don't want to.
When I tell you the first episode it's perfection. It's.
I know it
perfection.
is, but I'm saying I just wanna watch it because then I'm gonna be sitting around all week like, oh man, I'm waiting for it to come. I'm fiending.
That's the good thing. Girl, learn how to edge out. You gotta, get a little
I'm
excited.
spoiled. I'm a child of the on
Binge
demand
watching.
era.
She said, I
Binge
want it
watching
now.
era.
I want it now.
Hulu has a free trial that you can finesse with different email. Maybe we could do watch party.
Yes.
I can
Demons, you telling me that you gonna ball out on these VIP sections and everywhere you go, but you won't get yourself HBO?
Look,
Come on.
no, the reality is if I'm the one who get HBO, I'm the sucker in my group.
Then everybody's gonna get
Yeah.
I can understand that. Okay. I rescind my comment.
So we need to figure it out.
All hell heathens.
You
Hmm?
nothing, Patty. Nothing.
Okay. I'm religiously flexible. I'll put it like that. Are you prejudiced against demons? Yes. So House of Dragons, I only see one episode available.
No,
Is it-
second episode is on there now. It's 53 minutes. The first one is 1 hour and 5 minutes called The Heir of Dragons. It's going to give y'all that back history. And then episode 2 just came on.
Is there magic in there, like actual magic, or no? Not yet. In episode 1. That's no. If you have to think
Yes
about
and
it,
no. Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. I will say that this episode 1 was 10 times better than the first episode of any Game of Thrones.
Wait, really?
It was really, really good.
Period.
Let's see.
I'm gonna get it.
It's really good.
Oh, you know what I could do?
No, I'm not gonna get it tonight. I'm gonna edit the video that I just recorded for Tuesday. I'm making videos, whatever.
Hey.
I could try a watch party. You guys, that's what I was going to do for Sandman. Let me see.
Is it gonna be on Zoom?
Huh?
Will that be on Zoom?
I guess so.
You can't do it on here because YouTube gonna shut it down.
Can you do that in Discord?
Yeah, I guess I could do it on Discord and share my screen. I'd have to hook up let me go into the after show with this. Thank you everybody for watching. My name is Ben Petty. This has been a Man with a Mic TV show review.
You really want to catch fucking 350 pounds of dude on your ass?
Of course.
Sounds like a good time.
That's a good time to me. He hop on my meeting, he start riding me. I said, Daddy, don't stop it. Look how he drop it. Just like a pilot, I'm all in his cockpit. I lick the cock tip, I let the cock drip.
After show.
Wait, what is that? Wait, what? I've never seen your outro. I've never seen your outro.
Oh.
It's very new.
It's relatively new.
That is not a. Thank you, Hope. Hope, thank you. I don't have lights on right now, so I appreciate that, Hope.
Are you
Why are you doing that? What can I please ask you? What? Why?
After my Krispy Kreme sponsor, I decided that I need something different.
You made that. You had to put that together. Like,
I requested a full song. I got the rest of the. I got the rights to the.
We're
song.
gonna be real disappointed when we find out who the real Petty is. I think that's what's gonna happen.
Oh, y'all.
Yep.
I had a stream today, a Q&A where I answered honestly. Y'all could have found out, but nobody asked any question.
I was there for 5 minutes. I was watching a replay, and in 5 minutes, I felt like you weren't telling the truth.
What? Okay.
Same. Agreed.
it's the camera, and I've been asking Themis for months now, but you couldn't see it because it was in that chat. What kind of camera do you use?
Cool.
You, Themis?
What do you mean? Oh, Logitech. So I have I have this camera that I bought because I was like, period, I'm going to become a photographer, videographer, blah, blah, blah. Still don't know how to use it.
Is it a webcam, the Logitech one?
Yeah, just a regular.
It's so clear.
Period. Thank you. Oh, it's one of the. I mean, it's like $300-400. So I don't. There's a medium.
Oh, then it just ought to be clear. But that's
you better be clear. But I bought a lot of cameras that I don't know how to use.
Well, Shipping, I feel like it's cheap these days.
Look, I was just going to, so you have a
Oh.
scholarship program, huh?
Don't ask me how I know. Public service announcement. Please buy up as much food and things that you need. The next couple of years is going to be very chaotic for the economy and prices. So,
Are you saying to buy puts?
huh?
Are you saying to buy puts?
I'm saying to buy toilet tissues and all of that you are going buy things that you are going to need and won't expire regardless. So even if we don't have this really bad inflation situation, you still didn't waste money, but buy things in bulk. Just FYI, putting that out there.
Let me find out, Petty. You in binary, Forex? Where are you?
Stocks. That's how I
Oh,
make
just
most of
regular
my money.
stocks. Okay.
Yeah. Well, options. Yes, I do quite well.
Come on,
And
janitor.
yes, cleanup services and such. That looks like a Peter Parker camera. I think that's a compliment. He is a photographer.
Period. I am in my. Oh, also, I'll send this to you, Patty, because I don't know how to use it, and I tried. I really did.
Oh, it's a soundboard?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, so I stopped trying.
I don't know. I feel like that's childish.
Look at the
No, it's not.
blessings. You better receive that blessing.
I thought you used to play the gunshot noises.
I
I
don't
did.
know. Now with that intro or that outro, I'm scared of what Petty might do.
I'm scared too.
He could edit, have all kind of signature sounds. Like, yeah, that's a blessing. Praise God.
Sounds like a good time. Okay,
Bye.
let me see.
I need to learn to edit in a personality.
Look, when it comes to editing, I would get DaVinci Resolve. And
No, because I spent $500 learning how to use Shortcut.
Did you?
I took a week-long class.
Child, I took a class. I went to the Philly Cam. It's like the local public television thing or whatever, and they had a class for Adobe. And then when I got on like all the other different things, they're all pretty much the same.
Yeah.
let me see if I can pull up DaVinci the
But I'll
Resolve.
tell
I
you
think-
this: if I
Look.
make any videos that I actually edit, they going right into Patreon because they take a lot of time.
Oh, I have an hour-long video that I just finished recording that I should edit tonight for Tuesday. Wait. I had a question for. When are we doing the watch party for the Game of Thrones knockoff or spin-off?
I guess that would be dependent on who's going to be there. I'm probably not going to watch it. I'm just going to leave it to play.
Wait, why? Don't do it then.
I don't watch TV generally. I'm just doing it because y'all are forcing me to.
Then don't do it.
So with that being said, what were you saying about you're not going to be doing these streams anymore?
I do not have time because Sandman was an hour each to watch, and I'm limited on time after work where I have to just sit and watch something for an hour. So I had no free time last week or the week before when we were doing Lovecraft.
Why would you do that? Just split up the streams into episodes.
Then we would have literally 12 weeks of Lovecraft.
No, you can do it when you feel like it, not like every single week.
I feel like it requires research. Somebody told me I should stop researching for the streams.
Do you research for the streams? We couldn't tell. I'm kidding.
Not for this one. Somebody told me not to. And for Lovecraft, no, didn't really care for it. Love, Death, Robots, I did because I like the thing. But I don't feel like I should be researching.
if we picked something shorter or just say like a movie a week instead of like a series, like a movie, I think everybody enjoys just, having a Sunday starting the week. If it's too much for you, I get it, but I think a lot of people enjoy it.
Him tired.
I know you're tired, sweetie. That's why I said a movie, not a series.
I think a movie would be more doable.
So let's just pick a movie, and then we can go on suggestions and stuff like that. And
Girls
then,
Trip.
yeah, okay.
What's wrong with Girls Trip?
Beautiful gowns.
Beautiful gowns.
Okay. I release you from any obligation of watching shows. All right. Well, there we have it. We won't be continuing. Again, I would like to do Mahogany Pink style video in the beginning of the week, and then a review on that as a live stream.
Oh my God, I'm doing that this week.
You're doing
I'm doing a show this week. A video Tuesday. I hate videos. Trying to do a video on Tuesday, and I think it's going to be controversial, so I'm going to do a live on Friday.
That's exactly how I want mine to be.
I know. I heard you.
Go make sure to watch Themus's controversial stream Tuesday.
Yeah. I don't know if it's controversial, but I can give you a hint.
Yeah.
It's about Anita Baker's Fairy Tale, a song.
Oh. Woo.
By the
No
way,
longer living lives of paradise.
Period. If someone is singing the song and playing guitar, is it still copyright? Well, YouTube pick up the copyright. The copyright.
If it's acoustic,
yeah.
I don't know what I would be careful with hers because she just got her rights back about a month ago, so they're probably monitoring hers like a hawk.
Yikes. I need it. I cannot do it without it.
But you maybe if just acoustic and no lyrics, you might be okay. But if
no. There's a lady singing it live and a guy playing a guitar.
That should be fine, I think.
Yeah, you should be fine, especially if you break it into like 15 seconds or 20 seconds.
It's gonna be broken up.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Speaking of controversial, the next video essay I will be doing is Are Trans People Actually Trans?
Okay, girl, don't tell me when that's going. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to have nothing to do with it.
You're trying to get canceled.
The title is meant to be inflammatory for people to click on the video. It's clickbait.
Not even going to watch it. I'm sorry. I want to support you, but I'm not even going to watch it.
Let me see what we can actually do. Guys, look. We can finally have a discussion. Hopefully you can weigh in, Themis. This was a live stream. Again, I scheduled for March, but we never got to it. None of my friends wanted to join the live stream. They didn't want to be publicly associated with this conversation, but we were going to talk about whether or not it's gay to suck dick, which I personally feel like it's not. They feel the opposite. So it was going to be a debate of sorts, a ghetto debate, not professional.
Wait, well, how do you define gay?
You
can remove that from the screen, though.
Being romantically, so take it off. Being romantically or sexually attracted to another man.
By your definition, then yes, you can do it without being gay. That's not my definition.
All right, we have someone on my side for the first time.
No, based on your definition, if your definition is to be romantically attracted to someone, you can do it without being romantically. You can do a lot of things without being romantically attracted. Because even in your definition, bisexual men would be gay.
Being solely attracted to men, as a man, being solely attracted to other men. We're also going to have the homophobia in the Black community is a gay.
You did not put the glizzy on there, not the glizzy. Take the
Why do you have Obama?
This picture went viral
What is
sometime
he?
years ago because Obama was just gobbling this glizzy down, and he refused to slow down for anybody. And let me see, gobbling glizzy always had a bad rep. Yeah, it was supposed to be like a conversation, but it was not a call from a number I don't know. Let's answer it live. Hello. Oh, it's the gate.
Why does he still have that picture up there?
Y'all don't look. Y'all are trying to tell me the videos I had ideas for in the past are not good. Just say it. Like,
Yo.
you don't have to throw the slights and the shade. Are these bad ideas?
Yes.
Homophobia in the black community, is it gay to eat a glizzy in one bite?
You can literally just say homophobia in the black community.
Is that a homophobic title? Like, is that offensive?
No, it's not offensive, but I mean, I guess that we're in a clickbait culture, so you are on the ball.
What does it mean to be masculine?
You should do that. I think
That
would
sounds
be...
interesting.
Should I do that next? I had one that was going to be how to deal with loss after Noodle passed away earlier this year.
No, what is this?
It's like this need that manly men have, where it's like, what happened to real men back in the day? But then the dichotomy of them saying that, but also, why aren't men allowed to be soft and share their emotion? And I feel like these two things can't exist together. And then it was going to be exploring how we change from something like powder wigs and makeup is what it means to be an established man, then having perm, jerry curls, and tight pants and bell-bottom shoes, and then moving to I guess now still tight pants and just a lot more colorful fashion is. And so does masculinity exist? Which I don't believe it does generally. And if it does, what is it?
I think you shouldn't do that live. I think you should do a video essay.
Oh, these are all video. So it'll be a video essay on Monday or Tuesday where my audience has a chance to review it. Then on Sunday, Saturday, whatever day, I'm gonna do regular streams. We discuss it broadly. So I'll give my thoughts and opinions on a situation and do my own research on it, so I feel versed in the topic to talk about it, as opposed to just hopping on a stream randomly. But then also other people will come in and give their idea and maybe enlighten me.
Yeah. I think that would be a great topic. I think that's a good topic.
But gobbling the glizzy in one bite is not.
The who?
The glizzy. Gobbling the glizzy.
I spoke too quickly. I just thought it was just kind of inflammatory. But if there was an outcry where men were upset of him doing that because it seemed gay, then yes, I would actually. I think that would be a good.
Glizzy became a whole thing because of that picture.
Yeah, then I do think there's a conversation there.
It's more broadly about specifically how things that we consider gay in the black community, white people do very openly and without questioning their masculinity or sexuality. Specifically where...
No, sorry. Go ahead.
And one of those things is literally eating phallic food, where white people are like, and then black people are literally, I've seen people threaten to kill or hurt someone for doing gay stuff around me. Quit playing around me.
Like eating banana.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing looking at me while you eat that banana, man? Where I'm from, we'll beat your ass and suck your dick. Jenny did nothing wrong.
I cannot be on here being associated with you, Petty, doing all this stuff.
I feel like people are ashamed of me, but whatever. For what Forrest Gump can teach us about respecting women. Have y'all ever seen Forrest Gump?
I forgot it, but yes.
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 Do you guys like Jenny's character?
Forgot it. Don't know her.
Don't remember it.
Jenny sucked.
Why did she suck?
Because she played with Forrest's emotions. When
No,
she said,
didn't.
"Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away from here." Did all of that. Then he helped her. Then she got violated. He helped her again. She just kept playing with the dude.
Well, what if a Manosphere man was saying what you're saying? Clearly, it comes off as he's a good guy, and she need to submit to his
Are
will
you
because
saying
he's so
Forrest
good.
Gump wasn't a good guy?
He was a good guy. That doesn't mean he deserves her romantic or sexual attention in the way that we discuss Jenny socially.
No,
Does it?
but she still was using him.
No, she wasn't. In fact, every time he tried to insert himself in her life, she said, "I'm not good for you. I don't deserve you," and literally ran away every time, literally.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it
I need
came
to.
off. Mhm.
No, I don't have anything. I said I need to watch.
It came off
Clearly,
as
that this must be our next movie. We should watch Forrest Gump and have a conversation.
Kenny need no. Jenny was no. Why don't nobody like Jenny?
Because she was trash.
White dudes
I
hitting
have to
toys.
rewatch it. I don't really remember too much
Again,
of what
Sounds like our next show then. Forrest Gump.
I think she faces sexual abuse early in the thing from her father, and I
Mm-hmm.
think her way of dealing with this trauma is saying, I literally do not deserve the good man that Forrest is. She acknowledges the whole movie he's a good man, but you don't want a woman like me, Forrest. You're too good for that. You've always been good to me. And it feel like she's just running away from her trauma. And later in the movie, when she addresses that and now has some self-worth and value about herself, she goes back to him and says, I'm open to allowing myself to love you and allowing you to love me now. And they live happily ever after till she died.
After she had hoed around. Okay.
That sound like a man speaking when you say that. Oh, now she wants a good man after she spent all her no, she has trauma
you
from
just want to
sexual
argue
assault.
with. I promise you, if I say red, you're gonna say green.
No, this is not a facetious argument. You are saying now she wants a good man after she didn't hold around all her life.
Jenny was not a nice person. She wasn't nice
After
to
I
that
just
dude.
described how she faced sexual trauma and how, remember the man beating her and Forrest come in to save her and she's like, no, Forrest, stop. Like she's literally sympathizing with her abuser. To me, this whole movie, she's just being abused and has no self-worth. But you are posing it as, oh, she wants to hoe around and then get with him now that
So
she's been
at
used up by
some
these.
point, if you've been abused, when do you stop the cycle?
She stopped it in her adulthood.
And could she not go back and reflect and say, I was a bit of an asshole when I was a teenager. Yeah, I had some things happen to me, but I wasn't like this sweet, innocent person, because she wasn't.
She was an asshole to Forrest? By the only way you've described her being bad to him is by not being his partner romantically or
No,
sexually with
I'm
him.
not just saying that. Okay, you're right. I'm wrong. Mm-hmm.
No, don't
let's
do
all
that.
rewatch. I want to rewatch the movie.
Okay.
And I guarantee you, more people are going to be like, Jenny's trash.
So I feel like there's a discussion worth having in that movie, and it made me relook at her character and relook at how we think about women generally who are going from bad guy to bad guy to bad guy, and who may have unaddressed trauma in their life causing them to do this. And then at some point they find self-love in maybe therapy and counseling and have some self-worth about themselves and now feel themselves worthy of a good man. But we reduce them literally to, she just want to hoe around. She just wants a bad boy all her life. And now that she's all used up, she wants a good man.
No.
That was not
No.
towards you, Tiffany, but you definitely fell into the archetype that I was going to be discussing.
That's okay.
I was thinking about this earlier, just from my personal life, because I know it's times when I saw someone who I just felt like was a good, innocent person, or like that's what it was. I was watching Kimberly. She was talking about that football player that had that fake girlfriend, or was being catfished for all that time or whatever. And I started thinking about how you meet somebody that's like how she was describing that guy to be, like just really salt of the earth, kind-hearted, innocent, kind of childlike. And I've met people like that before, and my instinct is always to want to protect them. Mm-hmm. And when it comes to males, like if I meet a man and he has that kind of quality, I could never see myself wanting to like sully him sexually, if that makes sense. Like I don't feel like I feel like I'm a little dirtier than that person, and so I need to try to protect them as opposed to sully them with my nasty worldliness or something, if that makes sense.
Because he
So
was pure. Like he
yeah,
just
it's
was
the
just
purity. It's
pure.
like I don't see myself as pure as you are, so I don't want to taint that in you by exposing you to what I know or how I see the world to a certain degree. I hope that makes sense.
Well, it sounds like Forrest Gump. Are we good with that, Prince Petty?
I don't know. I had a guest speaker coming to do what we were supposed to do yesterday was body trends and whether or not you can have self-love while getting cosmetic surgery, and where the line of body alteration stops as far as not
Is that
Girl, what
next
is
Sunday?
this?
Is that next Sunday?
Don't look
Wait,
at that. Don't
wait,
look
what
at
is
it.
this at the side of the screen?
Don't look at that, Thebus.
on the side of the screen.
Yeah,
I thought you were aware
Oh,
of it and just
Oh,
ignoring it.
it's the BBL.
someone is covering Taz and what
oh
he.
wait, is this something you posted? Yeah, no, I don't care. Yeah,
Okay, I watched more of it than I would have liked to, and I it was kind
no,
of
I
heavy.
don't care. I don't want to react. No, it's fine.
And we're also going to be talking about the BBL era ending and how people are saying women are starting to love themselves, which to me ties in with can you love yourself while getting something like a BBL, which I feel like you can. Which I feel like you can. I feel like you can. I feel like. No, y'all not feeling the bop. Okay.
I was with it.
Why is that in my recommended? That seems petty. Going 50-50, are traditional relationships over? Is there a place for the traditional man and woman in modern times, especially now that it looks like we head into a recession, according to some inside info I recently received from a source I will not name. But is it feasible? Is it feasible? And where should we move forward from there? I think that's it. How to cope with loss. Pets, family members, friends. How a lenient sentence led to an innocent woman's death. This was going to be about Felicia Johnson passed away, and we were going to cover that because her killer was prolific in that he had like a lengthy history of degeneracy and received no punishment. And the only time he was ever interacted with the police, they kind of were like, oh, nothing's wrong here, and let him go. And even after he killed her, I believe they caught him, said nothing seems suspicious here, and let him go. And then I think he fled, and he's currently on the run. And I was inviting there was a sex worker who wanted to speak, but she ghosted me. So I wanted her to speak about this because she looked like exactly like the person who was murdered. Who was murdered? No, it's not. What is this? We have felt the children. This was after R. Kelly was arrested. Literally, the first thing I see in my feed was like Boosie talking about why are they putting this good man in jail? He makes such good music. And I was surprised to find a lot of men agreeing with him. And also,
wait, you were surprised?
When was this? Let me see. This was about a month ago. Yeah, I was surprised to see it so openly. This was also when I was in that clubhouse where the men were like, the legal age should be 13. It was the same day that they made the clubhouse was the day that he was indicted. And I went in the clubhouse like, why are y'all speaking about lowering the age to 13 on this day? Like, this seems insensitive to have any day, but specifically on this day. And they told me they were specifically having it because at the age of 13, I knew if I wanted to be peed on or not. And the conversation turned sour. And I wanted to talk about it, but I didn't. Victim blaming in the Black community. Like, they were in there going in on those 13-year-old girls going in. Y'all know what y'all doing. I decided not to because there have been several instances of people blaming the women he's taking advantage of. Why are we comfortable blaming the victims, especially when they're children? I have no idea. I think I decided not to do that because something, I forgot why. I was very tired of the conversation being the same with black men, and I didn't feel like it was worth the discussion. Other than that, I think that's everything I have in the tank. Well, I have the other ideas like are trans people trans, which was going to be a conversation about binary gender standards. A kid playing with a doll as a boy maybe identifying more with girls because we don't accept that in little boys generally. Even though I understand trans people it's more of a mental thing than just what you play with or if you wear a dress or not. But it was going to be
Isn't that trans medicalist?
I don't know what that means. I don't.
Petty, if you go 15 more minutes, you'll hit 4 hours.
It is this idea that you need gender dysphoria to be trans. I was doing a lot of research because I was going to interview a trans person. I decided my whole career in life would be disrupted if I did it, so I didn't.
Yes, that is kind of it. But it wasn't. Trans was literally.
Sorry.
Trans was literally just the title. It was going to be more about the other video where I was like, "What is masculinity?" I feel like it was going to be more that where I explore. Well, it's also about gender being binary, and if we remove the gender roles that we have, what would it that makes a trans person want to be the opposite gender? Like what I would be exploring, what is it that makes you want to identify as the opposite gender other than just feeling like I'm that gender? What does feeling like that gender mean? Does it have to do with roughnecking with don't know. I don't think that's it has to do with wanting to play with boy toys or wear boy clothes or do behavior that we associate with men, but maybe it does. Don't know. That's what I would be exploring.
All right, well, sounds interesting. I'll now watch, but I won't participate or comment.
Are you going to do one on the FD signifier, the manosphere?
Someone asked me to. I might. I don't want to invoke wrath.
You don't want what?
I don't want to invoke wrath. I've seen his back and forth with some other creators. I'm a small boy here.
Wait, what?
I think he's had back and forth with generally bigger creators and one smaller creator.
Like bad? Wait, do you disagree with him?
With his Manosphere video, I feel like he bastardized it, and it came off as don't you guys feel sorry for the black men? What about divestment? They're bad too. These things are equal. They're both just the same different sides of the same coin. And I feel like no, I wasn't feeling it. It feels like the male side is downplayed and the female side is. He said he literally verbatim, he was like, I don't want to make the divestment community seem bigger than it is because it's just a couple of people, it's small, and I won't give attention to it. But the way he posed it in the video prior to saying that made it seem like that was exactly what he was doing. Don't know. Maybe I'll do a video essay.
You should. This could be a first battle royale.
I'm already beefing with somebody. A conservative woman who commented some weird stuff under my biracial video about black women. Dark-skinned black women just need to work harder. Light-skinned and biracial people don't have an advantage. You guys, she's light-skinned or Latin or I don't know, but you guys just need to work harder like me, and then you'll get. That's the problem with you dark-skinned black folks. You think we're just gonna hand everything to it was crazy, and I just had questions for her after she said that, and she wrote a lot of comments, and they were too long in paragraphs, and I replied no, a sentence or two, and she continued to write 3 and 4 paragraphs to my 1 sentence reply, and I felt like why I didn't like it. She didn't respond though when I called her up to come and talk.
But is she making videos?
Yeah, I think she's bigger than me by
Oh,
a few hundred. But yeah,
so y'all are beefing.
we're not beefing. I have a disagreement with her. She came in, planted seed of chaos, left, never came back. I was very confused. She did not answer my questions to my. Jenny continued the cycle of sex. No, she did not. Excuse me.
Just accept the fact that Jenny was trash.
For what? Not wanting to be with a man romantically or
No,
sexually.
her personality sucked.
What was her person? Which part?
Jenny as a baby, as a little girl, she was super sweet and they were friends and it was enduring, it was very loving, but it seemed as if when she got older, she took advantage of the fact of she knew how much he cared about her.
How did he? How did he take advantage?
I said she.
How did she take advantage? My bad.
It's kind of like
I want a
you
specific.
I'm trying to. She always called him when she was in the midst of trouble. It was never just, hey, let's just hang out. Times are great. I want to see you. She always needed help. It was always in distress.
Wasn't she being abused all her life?
Okay, Patty.
Like I asked for a specific example, and you're like, she just always asking. No,
When she called him from the college, when she was supposed to show up at the strike and she didn't, like, she did a lot of not nice stuff to that dude.
I'll have to rewatch because y'all are saying she took advantage of Forrest, and I'm like, literally, anytime he come around, she don't want his money, she don't want his status, she don't. I feel like taking advantage of him would be being in a relationship with him.
No, it's an emotional connection. It's emotional abuse. When you know that that person will do anything for you and you don't feel quite the same, that
The friend
is
zone.
abusive.
The friend zone where I want you to be my friend, but you want more, but I don't want to be more. So now you're saying, oh, it's emotional labor. You only call me when you want a shoulder to cry on. I don't know. I'll rewatch it.
I feel hostility in your voice, but okay.
There is, because y'all is not about to do Jenny like this. All of y'all are incorrect, and I will not let y'all gaslight me.
You better be protecting this woman.
I apologize.
There's something you need to tell us.
A white woman at that. A white blonde woman.
Oh, I know. That's the part I didn't say.
Okay.
Is there something you need to?
Should women? I'll talk about it with my therapist. Why did I just jump up for this white woman and throw myself in front of the bullet? Don't know. I'll
attacking getting all hostile against this black woman.
This is a bad look.
Petty defending her white queen, his white queen, against black women.
Jenny's white.
I said Petty defending his white queen against this black woman.
Jenny is white in the movie?
Look, love is love, Petty. Love is love.
I hope nobody clips that. This is not a good look. Should women fight in wars, and what should the physical standard for women be in the military?
Who are you asking?
That's a video essay prompt.
That is disrespectful. Of course, women can fight in war if they want.
Hold on, let me read. Let me see. Should women?
Of course, women can fight in war if they want. I don't know why you're looking at me as if I'm being hypocritical.
Wow. Okay. Should they, in your opinion?
Should they? If they want, they should. Yes.
Okay, that's true. I feel like there is allowed. Maybe it's a minority. And they're just loud. But I feel like there's a good amount of people who feel like women should not fight wars or be, if they are in the military, should be in non-combatant roles.
If they want, I would disagree with you sidelining them.
Okay. In the physical standard, which I feel should be equal to men's.
Wait, the PT test is not the same for women and men. I mean, it's the same test, but it's
No.
different degrees.
To pass as a man, I think you have to do maybe like 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and a 12-minute 2-mile run. Whereas for a woman, it's like 12 push-ups. I don't know. Lambie, maybe you want to.
Yeah, for me, when I was early 20s, it was 21 push-ups, I did 60 sit-ups, mile and a half run had to be, I was younger, so it was like 13 minutes and under.
Oh,
Well, no, 14 minutes for the mile and a half run.
I think the Air Force is a little different in their standard. A little weaker.
But different branch has different PTRs too, so.
Yeah, the Air Force is just
PRTs.
a little weaker, just a little bit.
Isn't it harder to get into the Air Force based on the test?
Yeah, you have to have a higher ASVAB.
Blue?
And the Navy too.
Blue?
Navy and Air Force, you have to have a good
Oh,
ASVAB score.
we're in the 90s. Don't worry. In the high 90s.
I was
Blue?
good, yeah.
Land better come through.
You said you in the 90s?
I was in the 90s. I checked out of that ASVAB test within an hour into it. I just kept clicking buttons. I scored high though, but
it
it
only
was
took
just
me 30 minutes. But
it got boring. Taking the ASVAB is boring.
You said an
sitting there
hour.
for long periods of time.
You said it was about an hour for you, Lambie, you said?
I finished fast. I scored very high.
An hour is fast. Okay. It was 30 minutes for me. That's all I was saying. In 15
and where
minutes.
Did you end up? Where did you end up?
In the Army.
Okay.
For a specific reason, because the Air Force bonuses are like 6,000 and the Army bonuses are like 60,000.
Yeah. I only got a $5,000 bonus for the Navy. So.
Sure, that's why we cannot confirm that that's why you were in the Army.
I will not say why. I thought Lambie I thought Lambie felt insulted and left, but she's still here. Thank you, Lambie, for.
Well, we gotta know that the Navy and the Air Force typically is where people of higher intelligence will enlist.
Drag him.
As far the Army and the Marines, which is the child of the Navy, you don't need to be except for especially the Marines. I don't know about them. I'm not.
What if I want to join the Space Force?
I think it's now separated, but used to be you have to go through the Air Force.
I thought it was Air Force.
How high is that? The highest one now? I feel like we're fighting aliens now. It should be higher.
Does the Space Force still exist?
I hope so. I'm gonna join.
Not y'all astronauts, pioneers. Okay, explorers, discoverers. Hippolyta.
I need to watch the Game of Thrones.
Are you asking me to?
No. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just saying I need to do it.
I'm not telling you. All I'm saying is it would greatly benefit me if you were to.
No. I realize like a lot of people reached out and are like, oh my God, I can send you my HBO. I'm not doing that. No.
Well, send them my way. I will take it. I don't need it actually. See, the thing about jailbreaking is that it is broken out of jail. That's all I will say on the camera.
Team is gonna be Space Force attorney. Period. I'm gonna defend these aliens.
Gay son. Would you rather have a gay son or a thug son?
Gay son.
It's a ghetto conversation, right? I feel like my audience is ghetto. In that these conversations.
Ghetto.
Wait, do you think people would prefer to have? I mean, I guess they would. Define thug.
Do you remember when you had a conversation with Dean, and on the screen you had a picture of black men in suits and a picture of black men who just look like stereotypical thugs, and the title was like, which one of these would you prefer, educated lame or thug, cool thug? And like the conversation with Dean was like, the fact that it's a discussion in the first place is concerning. That's kind of how it is.
Why is that not an okay discussion to have? I'm talking about the thug versus educated lame discussion.
Why isn't it what?
I mean, we had it. I just think they're both the same, but we had it.
I'm saying, why would it be? Why is it bad or distasteful to have that conversation about whether or not you prefer a thug over an educated lane?
I don't think it's bad. I think it's concerning that we have to have the conversation. It's concerning that this is a legitimate dividing point, at least in the Black community.
I don't. But the thing is, there's a lot of educated men that are trash, and there's a lot of thuggy, and like even the question you asked about whether you want a gay son or a thug son, they're not mutually exclusive.
No, I've heard the question with the gay. But I heard it differently. Hold on.
The way your bell been ringing, and it's a bougie bell. I just
Is that a clock like a
gotta be.
cuckoo clock?
Sorry, guys. I'm sitting in my office. I work at a school, and they just got dismissed from lunch, so the bell went off.
I'm like, it's 9 o'clock. Oh yeah, I forgot you're in overseas.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm in
nice.
Japan. Yeah, because I've heard like I said, I heard the gay one ask Stephanie, he's like, would you rather your son be a murderer or be gay? And it was weird that a lot of people were choosing the option for being a murderer.
So they don't care about the sin. They don't like gay.
They just don't like, yeah, exactly. That was the debate about the sin.
That was a debate. I can't.
It was sad.
Let me see. Are women overseas more submissive? This was going to be about a talking point I think you made, Themis, actually, that men who travel overseas don't generally marry. So it's more like sex tourism and also exploring how underage those women can be. Or the idea of being starving and impoverished with no rights, generally in the countries they're talking about, as opposed to them traveling to first world country, exploring that a little bit.
Not you separating first and third world. It's elitism for me. Here, Flip.
A distinction need to be made because there is one.
All right, period.
Elitism all the way.
So-called third world.
Oh, look, my memes section. I have a list of memes to make. I must tend to my meme farm. I have been neglecting it. Did you enjoy my my Black Youngster meme?
I don't know what Black Youngster is.
Where do you put your memes besides YouTube?
I don't. I have a TikTok, but it's neglected. Like a lot of my stuff, my Instagram is neglected. Everything is neglected. I don't get on anything.
I'll be having so many ideas about TikTok and everything else, and then I get overwhelmed, and I'm like, I can't do this. Like, I would literally need a team of people to carry this out. I don't know how people do this.
Get organized. We need to do a power workshop with content creators and get organized. It would be.
I have only enough energy and wherewithal to do the live.
You were on the stream for 4 hours tonight. You had time. Absolutely, you did.
Don't try to play me, Themis. No, you know why? Because I'm into production value, and it's I'm so then I got to do my makeup, and then I got to wait till the golden hour so the sun's hitting just right with the lights and everything, and then I got to be right at the right angle. It's really, I'm a perfectionist. It's a perfectionist spirit, and then I wind up doing nothing.
Oh, I need to finish my video for the second channel. All right. I actually do need things to do things.
You don't want to stay for 14 seconds and see my
But
meme?
I'll watch it. Stan Twitter, Black Youngster tells you about.
How was your day today?
How was your mammoth day, whore? How about that?
Wait, what?
What happened?
He just asked him how his day was. I feel like y'all don't understand Gen Z humor.
Why is your face like that?
I'm not sure what that was supposed to give, but I didn't get it. It's not giving what it's supposed to give.
Oh,
I don't think we're the target audience.
Play it one more time.
You know what they're gonna do to you in jail?
Why am I going to jail?
Let me show you.
What?
This is gonna happen to your little ass in jail.
Oh my God! He's not even a real cop.
y'all
I
aren't feeling
think
it.
I think you have problems.
I'm not gonna lie, that was my face, and I'm sensing a theme with a lot of your content lately. I'm just gonna say,
Oh, Erica says she liked it. She commented on it.
I don't dislike it. I'm just saying I
why,
noticed.
why y'all saying it like that? Well, I guess it wasn't bad. I guess like why you can't just give me the accolade?
I'm not giving you the accolade. I guess I'm like, I don't know.
I feel like y'all just don't understand humor generally.
I don't understand. I will be the first to say I do not understand. No. No. Not the Steven Universe song. That was sad.
I need to unsubscribe from Aber and Preach. They no longer give me what I used to get.
Right, why?
They still be coming on?
They're not a TV show. They're content creators.
I don't even see them in my timeline anymore. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, they still.
Like, what I'm trying to understand is what is it that you are not getting from this?
That's actually cool.
Mhm.
Yeah. All that stuff
That
would have
one's
fell on
cute.
the floor if that was me.
This is a misuse of the Steven Universe soundtrack. Oops, I hope they don't copyright me. I don't think that version is copyrighted because I have it on my channel. Nope, it's not.
I need to sue my barber.
Why?
Very like
So
this.
I've not had my hair cut by him in like a week, and I can see where he was pushing my hairline back. Like this is a lot of like I don't know how to explain it, but there's a lot. You see that? That's not good. That's why I thought I was losing hair and my forehead was getting too big.
He pushed your muffin cap back, Blue.
Yep.
Not push the muffin cap back, Blue. What?
Blue. Push the muffin cap back, Blue.
I think that's pretty standard with the haircuts, though.
I've never had this happen.
Because how you knew your hairline wasn't that sharp.
Yeah, no, but like you would have shaped this up, right? You wouldn't be pushed back. Like this is a lot to be like. I think
But did you feel like your head was bigger?
I feel like my forehead was bigger, yes. But I just thought I was getting old.
Oh.
Like I was like, all right, I see it. I'm gonna start losing hair. But what was happening? I think he messes up and then try to catch up on the other side and mess up again.
So you want to have some baby hairs until they grow back in with the rest?
I don't know. I'm thinking I'm gonna keep. I don't know. It looks weird shaping it up with that much here at the front. Oh, it was further down, and my reader speech is right down here.
No. Now I'm gonna have to go back and look. I'm at the measure.
If you let it grow, it will be unsightly probably for a while, but then it'll be lengthy enough to kind of blend. Even though it's not going to be as long as the rest of the hair, it'll be still kind of able to blend better. I say from experience. So
should I cut it off?
All of the hair?
No. Yeah, like this is gonna look a mess. Like if we already know this is gonna look a mess when it's like here.
when it's right there, I feel like it will better blend in with the background. If it's grown a little bit. Now it doesn't because it's short, but are you willing to go through some weeks of raggedness?
I don't know how y'all, because I'll do it. Once y'all don't point it out on me, I'm fine. Beauty is not my I don't care about me.
So the skincare routine.
Period. Go get a microdermabrasion from your dermatologist and then use my mom's product.
We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're not going to reveal it. Does your mother have business contact information?
She does, but I don't want to give it up because part of it, like, obviously it's unethical in my mind, but also I feel like people can like reverse search and find out about my life.
But y'all want me to get up here and be what? Excuse me?
You got to be honest, Prince Betty.
Just out of curiosity, what's your social security number?
Period. 586-294481.
To say something that is not niggatry, Vitamin. I'm doing a book review. This is gonna be.
Thank you.
Thank you for the scream. Would you like a live review? Or would you like a
Would
video
you like a live review?
Are you ready to be dragged?
I suppose so. I got on the internet with that type of subject matter, so I just ordered it.
I haven't read it yet, but I already have critique. Some of the critique is like nitpicky.
What?
Would you like the critique, Vitamin?
Yes.
Are you going to be my counsel, Themis?
Period. I'll let him know if I agree or disagree.
I'm listening.
There is a reason that this is what I feel is the nitpicky one. Actually, the nitpicky one, when I read the back, it read as if you wrote it, but you're writing from a third person perspective. Is that
all facts?
So it does not feel like someone is writing about you. It feels like you are writing about yourself from a third person perspective, in the way that if I put on my channel, I watched Prince Petty for a long time. He was super good and great, and I love him because he's so amazing. He went through such a tough time when he was a kid, but he persevered through it. This is not something someone in the third person would write about.
I love how multiple people in multiple places have my book. Period.
You know I had your book. Don't play with
I
me.
know you. No. But I'm saying, like, when people watch this back, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, she out here published."
If you have a link to it, I'll put it maybe in the chat for people to check out if they want it, or in the description. But
who else is going to write it? Is my question. I'm self-published.
No, so write it from your perspective.
I can't write those things like that from my perspective. Like, that's something, and I'm not upset that you're looking at it like that, because that's how your mind works. But most people don't question it. Like, I've sent that bio to other people for like podcasts and things like that, and they're just like, "You wrote this? This is amazing." You know what I mean? Because that's how it's going to be presented anyway. So it's like I kind of cut out the middleman there. They don't have to do the work. But if I sit there and say, "Oh yes, I've been such and such and such," like, it just looks better. It's like a formality.
I just want it in first person, not third. That was the nitpicky one. Do you want more critique?
Yes.
I guess.
My second issue. There's a specific reason that I purchased a physical copy as opposed to, I think you have had a link to the ebook to purchase there as well, or am I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
So I generally read ebooks, but I wanted to start a bookshelf. And again, this is nitpicky, but I was expecting a hard copy.
Oh, yeah, I'm not, listen, baby, I'm self-published. Amazon is cost effective. It is what it is.
The book is too small to be hard copy. I mean, you can, but that
would
be
that too.
Waste. That would be an absolute waste.
Yeah, the words, it would have to be like 2 words per page.
I didn't know that the book would be this short. I thought I didn't know how long it would be, but I felt like it was going to be this thick book that I can put on my bookshelf.
I do have one critique, but I'll do it privately. I'll tell you it. It's not a critique. It's a point that I've thought about, but I wasn't brave enough to ask about, but I'll ask later.
I had to get assistance. I don't know who your audience is. I had to get assistance to purchase this book because I did not have the money for it. Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with excluding? The link is in the comments. Thank you, London Link. Are you comfortable with excluding maybe lower income audience from accessing this knowledge for the
No,
sake
that's
of?
why I have the ebook option.
How much is the ebook?
The ebook
The
is like
ebook is I
$6.
want to say it's $6.99 on PayHip.
Wait, how is there such a drastic difference between the? Well, I mean, I guess.
so literally this is. So I'll take that critique away because literally you're only buying this physical copy if you just want. It seemed like
As someone who buys books, that's the way it goes. Like if you get, especially like the discrepancy between paperbacks and hardbacks, or there's always a discrepancy, and it's like the hard. That's not a hardback, but I'm saying like if you get a hardback book, you gonna pay.
Yeah.
how much for an exclusive hardback. You can put
How did
people.
I
you
wish
come up with
welfare
this?
could pay for the book. Like if I could figure anybody that knows anybody that can get me that type of
No,
that can
it
get me
won't,
that
it
type of a hookup so that the girlies that need it can get it, I would go ahead and set something up with them.
It won't. But how did you come up with your price for your book?
Honestly, and I was talking this week's live, I think it was about like my my problem with charging certain things. I literally
what?
just asked myself, like, okay, what do I feel like is right? And I felt like in the beginning for the reason Petty said, and I said, no, this isn't about that. This is like, what do you really feel like this work that you put into this is worth? And that's where I came up with it.
Oh, I hope that's not only, but also the market.
I knew that that's something that I would revisit, being that I can revisit it, but I just was like, again, perfectionist spirit. It was just like, girl, just do it. Just put it out there, and wherever it goes, like we can always change it. We can always figure out what'll.
Yeah, I mean, I would relaunch, but now that you have your platform, but I would do market research on the price for books in your genre, for sizing and all of that, and then incorporate sort of other things in it. But I can't tell you how to run your business because I definitely am not one to price things. So, yeah. But
It's a
if
struggle, man.
because I did get pushback when I tried to introduce it. Well, I'm not going to do that. In a convention that I was going to introduce it as a book that we could use, and I could not. This is my critique now. I could not because the price point they claimed was too high for the group that they planned to serve, and they couldn't buy 500 copies for all the people because of the budget, and it was out of.
You should have told me. If you would have told me, I definitely would have.
Well, I wanted to tell you that it's a gift. Like, hey, by the way, I got your book into this conference, but it was too high for the
Listen,
category.
I appreciate the gesture, but anything like that, I'm not too proud to make adjustments and do whatever I need to do.
No, I mean, I was going to tell you, but I wanted to I don't know, I don't feel comfortable talking about money with people just generally.
This isn't money like that. This is business.
It is money.
This is business. No, seriously. But these are the things I like that we're having this conversation, because this is the type of stuff that we don't really deal with in our community, and we don't really have these conversations, and it is touchy and it is uncomfortable because it's so unfamiliar. But this is how business is done, and this is how networks are formed, and people expand their reach and create movements and stuff like that. Anything that you please do, inbox, you know where to find me. Just tell me.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how to, I'm doing all of this from scratch. I'm feeling my way forward and blind. So
I feel comfortable with the price, knowing that literally I knew the ebook was $6 because I saw it when I was picking whether to get one physically. So I know that I made the conscious choice to get this one because I wanted it as a paperback. I don't know about pricing for books since I don't buy books generally. Um, them ebooks free for me. I don't know where y'all get y'all's, but
Well, also too, and I did also think about it in terms of a person's readiness to receive the message, because as someone who, like I said, buys books and was very into self-help and stuff like that, sometimes if the price point is a little too low, you just get it and then you go, okay, and then you don't, it doesn't stick with you. You know what I mean? So I really want people who are ready for change to get it, because they're ready to take those steps and kind of step out of a comfort zone and be willing to put forth a bit of effort in order to make that change, so they get the most out of it.
I mean, take everything I say when it comes to pricing and all of that with a grain of salt, because I have been very reluctant. Like, selling things is very difficult for me, just generally. And that's something that I'm talking to a therapist about. In fact, other YouTubers have reached out and they're like very concerned with something that I said regarding not taking money. So I mean, it's don't take financial advice from me regarding selling things, because I don't know how to sell things. But yeah.
I broke the record I was doing a sales job, like where I went to like Costco's and Sam's Clubs and stuff, and I actually broke the record in like the New Jersey marketplace for selling these things. And the way I did it was literally just sitting there. It was like neck massagers or something, and I just sat there and had one on, and people would come and talk to me, and we would just talk, and not necessarily even about the massages. Like, we were just talking about life and stuff. So what I'm saying is, I feel the same way. I'm not a salesperson. I'm not like a pointed, I want you to buy this from me so that I profit type of person. I'm more of a, well, does this work for you? Is this beneficial to you? Like, how does it fit in? I'm too empathetic to push an agenda.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's anything unethical generally, so I don't know why I think there's something personally. So I'll figure that out. But you're doing well, and I just need to get on board. But yeah, I'll talk to you behind the scenes about like stuff regarding your book.
okay. My critique remains. Price point may be a barrier to entry on the physical book, but you have an ebook that I feel is inexpensive and accessible to the people I feel may need it. So I feel fine with it. And of course, I'm not going to tell a Black woman to lower what she feels. That also felt uncomfortable, like, because if I put something out and put a price on it and somebody told me no, I would tell them no back. But yeah, I feel comfortable with the price since you have an ebook. I would question, again, Themis brought it up, the price difference between the ebook and the well, ebooks generally are more inexpensive, aren't they?
Yeah, because you're not printing. It's based on printing.
I also don't know how money works generally, so I don't know how much books and ebooks cost generally.
This is definitely longer than your typical ebook. Like, your typical ebook tends to be like a slideshow. This is an actual book.
You haven't seen my library. We got Twilight, Eclipse, Breaking Dawn Part 1 and 2, The Host.
Well, I'm talking about like these types of self-help ebooks or pinpointed niche ebooks. I'm not talking about like actual books published by houses books. I'm talking about like people like, oh, I have an ebook about, investment or how to start a business or something. It's typically just slideshows.
Okay. I don't have critique for the book yet. I haven't opened it. It was supposed to be homework for Women's Centered Wednesday. Actually, it was supposed to be a surprise, but I suck at keeping surprises. Sorry. You were just supposed to see the video essay and be like, act like a lady, think like a man, Steve Harvey.
Have you guys been reading thick?
I'm gonna go to the library this week. I tried to order heavy, and like they took my money, but I never got my book. So I'm just gonna go to the library.
You're not in the book club, right, Petty?
I think I'm at the book club membership.
Then you haven't watched the video that was posted a couple of days ago.
Well, let me find out. Themis has membership videos.
Yes, we're going to discuss an essay called "Dying to Be Competent." It's like an 11 or 15-page essay.
Unnecessary updates. Is it in this video?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not put if you're doing video essays that you feel uncomfortable putting out, if they're not perfect, that you're hiding, why not put them under members?
Who?
You.
No, the videos that I've been deleting are not for this channel, it's for the other channel.
Debunking excellence.
Yeah.
Members exclusive, they just get access to it faster. Members under the $5 level or whatever.
The thing is, I was going to remove membership from my channel. I was actually told therapists aren't supposed to tell you things. She told me I couldn't. She said you have to leave it. So I left it.
I'm trying to tell you, Themis, I struggle with the same issues. Like, I don't feel like I should, but it's like for my growth, I need to.
I have guilt in that, like, I don't know what it is. Things just work out. I work hard. And I think this is an understatement and undersimplification, but like oversimplification. But I feel like people just show up for me. Like there's always someone who is like there for me. And like, I've never had to like, I don't know. So it's like, when I'm that lucky, it feels weird to like be charging for things. So like, I feel like I need to give, and I don't mind giving. So that's what I'm doing.
Can I give you an observation?
Mm-hmm.
I think that like you do work hard. It's clear you work hard. You're constantly working. Yeah. I don't think you're human. I don't know when you sleep. I don't know when you go eat, go to the bathroom. I don't know. But you seem like you enjoy like everything that you are currently doing. You enjoy it. And I feel like for that reason, you feel like it's wrong for you to get compensation for it.
Yes.
Because most people, and that's something I'm struggling with for myself as well, and trying to overcome, is this idea that you're not working unless you are toiling, and it's something that you don't care about. If you enjoy it, it's not work, and therefore you shouldn't receive anything for it.
Yeah, I think I probably should talk to you guys in the Discord probably sometime, because this is too public. And I don't like this level of vulnerability. No, it's weird, but I do it. Yeah, that's my bad.
Well, we are done with the stream. If you guys want to stay in the thing after the stream is over, Vitamin Q, I'll put your book in the description of this video if anyone wants to check it out. It's also in the comments. London link, put it there. With that being said, thank you everyone for coming to this review. My name is Prince Petty, and this has been Man with a Mic.